Hello everybody and welcome to another episode of the Elendor Chronicles, brought to you by the Component Cast. I've got my green screen up for once this week. I'll tear that down in a moment. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Also, the sun has appeared here in the UK, which means it looks like it's daytime while we're streaming this, because it is. For once, it's not dark outside. Therefore, also, if you see random streaks of sun on my face, that's why. Yes, also, before we move on as well, I know the cameras are out of line at the moment. There will be, but that's because we are waiting on our good friend Mordred. Everyone will be back here, though, as soon as possible. But yes, anyway, before we get on with tonight's broadcast, as always, we have a couple things that we need to discuss. The first of which being, as of now, all of our show archive should be coming slowly out. Season 3 of the Elendor Chronicles in the archive format is due to release this week, slowly throughout the week, and it will be up to date, I think, by the time we have our 2-year anniversary, which is also coming this month, which is very exciting. I will have more news and more stuff to unveil for our 2 years anniversary, but for more information of what we've said thus far, please go and check out our Patreon, which has our most recent State of the Network address on it, which, you know, has a boatload of information of all sorts of fun things. So definitely check that out. Also, if you really want to help out the show, one of the best ways to do it is Patreon, becoming a patron. Patrons get access to all sorts of things, behind the scenes stuff, etc., etc. Need I say more? Other than that, there isn't much else we need to announce this week, so I'm going to go ahead and say, let's get on with tonight's broadcast. So, who would like to do us a recap this week?
I'll do it.
Yeah, go for it, Ghibli.
Okay, so we were in the lair of the dragon Aureus, Procopius's ancestral dragon, after we passed all of the trials, and we were able to fight these dragon guardians. They looked like dragonborn warriors, and every time we would kill one in battle and it would fall, we would hear bing, you have earned another question. And so we got ourselves, I think, 7 questions, and we ended the combat to ask our questions. We got a good bit of lore. We asked questions about which of the seals are vulnerable and have already been broken, to which we learned that the dragon was guarding its own seal and was there during the creation of the seals, but didn't know the whereabouts of the other seals because they're all shrouded by, protective magics. We learned that several other key pieces of information, such as the creatures that are guarding the seals are all the 7 dragons that came from the 7 dragon eggs of Bahamut. And in order to get more information, we were presenting gifts. So I believe Falmir tried to tell a very witty limerick, but that didn't really count. James presented a manifesto of magic and medicine, which did count, and Siraj offered up myself, to which I was basically knocked unconscious and brought to this other plane of existence where I was able to discuss my lifestyle choices, my bad choices in life. And we earned ourselves another question, which we then used on Valmir to ask about his patron and his father. And so after a little prompting, Valmir was able to ask, and we learned that Valmir would not lose his powers if we kill his patron, because he would get Aureus as his new patron. And that's basically where we left off.
Very good. You have earned yourself a lovely piece of inspiration that you can use for this session. So, as we left off as well, the final thing that happened when we left off was the retransformation of Ruby back into Soul, as she now reappears in her soul-like self within the chamber, and you stand in front of Aureus and the assembled crew. So, give me a quick wisdom saving throw, quickly.
19.
Okay. You managed to retain most of... Oh, right. You managed to retain the memories of everything that Ruby saw in your stead as the time that you took away from the party. But, everyone, over to you. What are you doing?
Question about the Soul Ruby transformation. Are you going back in appearance?
She looks like Soul now. She'll look up to Aureus. Thank you. She will say in Celestial.
He just slow nods.
And look to everybody else. Let's go to work.
Ruby Soul?
Hi, Zarash.
I am a little confused.
What about? These are confusing times.
Well, sometimes you're Ruby, and sometimes you're Soul, and I never really watched it happen before my own eyes. Does it hurt?
No. Think of it like this, Zaraj. Everybody has different aspects of a personality. Sometimes they show bravery. Sometimes they show fear. Sometimes they show love and passion. Other times it's hate and scorn. Ruby, me, I should say, us, when she died, that was broken up. A piece of her was tried to be made more pure. That would be me. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like everything went according to plan exactly. But we are learning how to swap between the two as situations require. And Ruby has a revelation that, quite frankly, had her frozen in place, so I took over.
Can I do a smell check?
You may absolutely make a smell check.
I'm gonna walk over and try to sniff you with a 11. Oh no.
She smells the same as you smelled her before. She looked... It's... Get that minty, fresh, holier than thou scent, as opposed to Ruby, which is normally spicy.
You smell like toothpaste. I will allow this.
Raj used toothbrush like that. Okay. She'll give Zedaar a little scritch behind the ear. We have a place to go?
I think we do. And Valmir is going to pull out the purple cube out of his bag. This thing will, if you guys want to help me, bring us to my father.
Aureus gave us... I'm sorry to interrupt.
Kill him.
Aureus gave us the benefits of a long rest, yes?
Yes, which have been applied,
Okay.
I believe.
Okay, just making sure, because I don't know if I have spell slots I wanted to convert.
Now,
Yeah.
Valmir, when we go to kill your father, you need to be 100% sure that that is what you wish to do. I cannot be mid-battle and then you have a change of heart.
DM Zep is here.
Never really been 100% on anything before, but I think this is for the best. I don't... Like, he is evil, right?
Oh, unequivocally.
And I don't think I am. Something...
Being cautious in
evil doesn't
certain
have to be
situations,
evil.
you can be cautious, rambunctious, and in the rare occasion a little selfish, but I don't know if I would call you evil, Valmir.
Naive.
What of your siblings? What do you believe is the true course to do with them?
The only one we've met stabbed you.
Yeah, I didn't really like that guy. Kind of a dick, TBH.
Very much so.
So we're going to be expecting meeting more of these individuals. We should be on our A game.
On that note, I'm gonna look up at Aureus. The last time we met my sibling, he very, very easily managed to put me out of the game. Made me freeze up, and I'm basically describing the hold person spell. Is there anything that you can do to help me not succumb to that kind of magic, or any kind of defense you can help me out with?
I do not. Let's have the. I do
Words?
not have in my possession the tools to give you such a benefit. But anything you can do to fortify your wisdom will help you out.
Is the food that he prepared not a hero's feast?
No, it's just food.
Can you sanctify the food on the table for a feast fit for heroes, since that's what we are? We would just need a chalice that is filled with gems, which I'm sure you have in your hoard of treasure.
Its benefits will only last you a day. So that would require you to be in combat within 24 hours.
I'd put money on that happening.
In and out, 20-minute adventure, kill your dad, bada bing, bada bang, bada boom.
Sounds so reasonable when you put it like that.
I mean, depending on how close this cube gets us to where we need to go, that might be very well something that happens.
So
Also, Zep is, I guess, done blabbering about his inventions if we want to bring him in, he said.
Yeah.
Yeah, I am done with my blabbering about invention.
Hello, Zep.
Hello.
Well,
I'm willing to do this. I think I don't want my future to be just as a tool for evil. I don't think that's something I'm totally into. But I can't force any of you to step into the dark with me and fight this thing.
I'm not gonna lie on this, Valmir. I'm sort of bound by oath to help you in this instance, so I'm coming along at the very least.
Okay, but what if you weren't? Would you still help?
Brett actually, like, there's a look on his face like he has to think about that for a second.
Soul flick him on the ear. Yeah. Climbing like a damn spider monkey.
Just saying that you have my guarantee that I'm here to help. I don't know if it's a question that's hard to answer. I don't know if it was a bigger question than you thought. It's like asking somebody, would you make this decision if this part of your life had changed? And you honestly made me think for a second who I would be if I had never taken my oaths. I don't know what sort of person I would be.
That's fair.
I have a pretty good idea.
You'd probably be more fun.
And just looks at Ziraj. One person on this ship that wants to get jobs done, and suddenly you're not the fun parent.
It's not my job to be your friend. It's my job to raise you right, party.
Oh no, I hate it when parents give me that line.
As just as a reminder, the event, as per your family, is in 2 days.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
So you have time to prepare.
We wait here a day and then we go tomorrow after eating Hero's Feast. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is what...
we hang out with the dragon for another day. He seems a cool dude.
We can make
Totally
dinner
could.
plans. We can come back and plan a dinner.
I was given this cube. Actually, damn, remind me, was I given it when we saw the fucking void dragon, or was it before then?
You were given the cube in the library while you were talking to the Minotaurs, and they started speaking in unison as your patron possessed them.
Ah, I forgot that. Thank you. I have a bad memory.
So
I'm gonna relay that and say what happened, and basically there's a meeting supposed to happen on Ghoultide in 2 days, where me and all of my lovely siblings are supposed to meet up with Daddy and I guess get instructions on how to end the world or something. I don't know.
where is this cube going to go, Valmir?
I believe the Underdark.
So that could be problematic.
Yeah, that's
Getting out of the Underdark is not something I think any of us, well, except maybe you, have experience in. And also, that means we're very much not going to have access to the ship.
yeah.
No.
Goddamn, don't make me laugh. Ow.
As a reminder as well, at the end of last session, Aureus said if you can contact him, he can get you out. But if not, you are on your own leaving, yes.
Well, that shows us what we need to prepare for if we're going to go over these next couple of days. Is the way out, I think, is what we need to secure first, right?
Does anyone have sending? Because Aureus said he can get us out.
Why don't we make sure we have two options, a plan A and a plan B?
Does anyone have any snapstones left? I'm pretty sure I gave one out.
No, and unfortunately, it is not something I can make either.
Is it something we can purchase?
I mean, we are in the capital of Atria, I would assume, potentially.
Either way, we should probably return to the ship one last time so everybody can gather the stuff they need. I don't imagine everybody grabbed other belongings that they're going to need for a lengthy expedition into the mountain.
Aureus, if we were to go shopping, prepare for this battle, and come back for dinner tomorrow, let's say, would that be amenable for you? And would we have to get through all of the trials again, or do we just sort of have the fast pass to get down?
I do not know of this fast pass from which you speak, but the way of the mountain unless you follow my family's route may change. You would not have to complete my final trial, no. The other trials, however, they may change.
The other trials were the hardest ones.
Can you just make sure that none of them involve water next time? Kind of completely debilitates one of our members.
They adapt to your fears.
Naturally.
Well, that's very cheeky.
And we should adapt our fears to, like, puppies and kittens.
So are you saying that if we were to come here under something that allowed us to not have any fears, such as if our emotions were overwhelmingly calmed, would we pass through much easier?
The dragon smiles. Doesn't say anything, but smiles.
I'll just give him a nod.
The things we need to prepare, at the very least, we need to make our way out of the mountain. That's our first step. And with no further input, I guess we start to leave.
Yeah.
So,
Thank you.
Aureus just bows his head slightly.
Soul will depart.
So you now begin to maneuver down what are stony steps between the various platforms where you think the trials you went for were like sort of housed. They take you into these monolithic plinths, and you were in a veritably huge open space, but eventually you make your way down the staircase. It's very Bridges of Khazad-dûm feeling. Before you enter a chamber which, upon recollection, feels like the moment that the way got more misty on your chart. It's like that area. And you begin your ascent. Who's leading the backtracking?
That is a
can.
very good question. Yes.
Okay. Roll me a quick survival check, please, Zedaar. And are you going stealthily
28.
this time?
Would it be possible to not go stealthily until we hit the cavern with the acid blind dragon?
You've already passed that.
Oh, well then.
That was the first trial.
I'm not going stealthily. I'm walking confidently.
Okay. Sure.
I am unbothered, moisturized, in my lane, flourishing.
I got that reference.
Okay. After about a couple miles walk, you begin to reach familiar steps which you believe led to the golden sort of mausoleum complex where you were initially put through the gate to Aureus's antechamber, shall we say? Eventually, there you see the gate appear in front of you. And it's locked.
Can I pick it?
There is no keyhole on your side.
Procopius, I don't suppose you're still waiting out there for us.
A few moments pass. You see like a little alcove glowing gold, and then Procopius walks out. And then he begins to walk towards the gate. And then unlocks the gate and opens it.
Hello.
I hope you found the answers from my ancestor.
It was a classic conundrum of being given lots of answers that led to more questions.
But he was very nice and very polite.
And not a half-bad cook.
And he wants me to kill my dad.
He's kind of very like kind of like knowingly nodding for most of that, and then you say the kill your dad part and goes, there's like an eyebrow raise. But yeah.
Also, no Ruby, just Soul.
He doesn't seem bothered by that.
Okay.
You got scared, White.
Those tasks are really fucking scary, I'm not gonna lie.
Well, the quest for knowledge is one that does not end, so it does not surprise me that you're only left with more questions.
I have a question. Do you know where we could get some sort of communication device, perhaps magical, that we can leave a receiver with one person and take the rest of it with us? Like a snapstone?
Stones of sending, I'm sure there might be a retailer in the forum that might sell one, but you'd have to get the stone to Aureus, or you could buy scrolls of said spell. That way you could just only you would require the means. I take it you're planning for something important.
Natural side.
Yeah.
Naturally.
I prefer to think of it as a demon cleansing.
Lambert, would you mind muting your mic?
Sorry.
Thank you.
It's going to be a bit of a journey, and Aureus, kind soul that he was, offered us a way back, and if we could just manage to contact him.
It's a shame none of you have the means yourselves, but it is a very unique gift, hence why devices such as snapstones, I think you mentioned, are becoming more and more prevalent. But
Is Procopius magic shaming us?
Are you aware of any kind of device or magic item that could fortify one's resolve against magic that affects your will?
Well, if you were trying to fortify one's will entirely, that would be a source of items, a very rare source of item. Knowledge is one that is far more easily fortified than the other attributes of one's psyche. But wisdom is a tougher nut to crack. It's not invisible. If it is effects of the mind, there are various garments that can often shield oneself. Some items give you a layer of protection, arcanically speaking. It would be down to what you had available and what time you have.
Do you know where I'd be? Is there anywhere in the city that would be able to that I'd be able to source any of these kinds of things?
Again, the forum is probably your best bet. That, or maybe someone's private collection. I don't have something of the sort myself.
That was going to be my next question.
Are you all intending to go as you are? Or is this not just a preparation of a material sort?
I'm not sure how well each of us could pass off as, well, underdog natives, if that's what you're asking. I think for the most part, we're as prepared as we're going to get, minus a little bit of magical preparation.
Your quarry, did it give you anything that you can perhaps use to your advantage in understanding or undertaking in what you're looking to go and do?
All we know is that there's a meeting where all of my siblings will be attending, and we use an item of teleportation-iness. I'm not sure. That's, to get there. And
have you had the item identified?
It's a very good idea, Procopius.
most of us are only finding out about its existence, 20 minutes ago.
However long it took us to walk out.
About 2 hours.
I'm going to produce it and say, Zep, it's a good idea. Would you mind having a look at this?
I can have a look, see what I know for myself, but I do not have any magical means of identifying this. Not at present, anyway. That is a 17. I think I have a flash of genius. We rested. Yeah, flash of genius, 22.
You can ascertain that it's strange. This metal cube has like no maker's etchings. It's like it is a cube that is almost perfectly cubular. Like there isn't a it doesn't look like it's been tooled. It looks like it was created.
It just existed as a cube.
Yes. It looks metallic, but has like a slightly purplish sheen. And you can tell that the magic within it might be of a transformative nature.
Do I know of any metals that have this purplish sheen?
You are inclined to believe that the purplish sheen itself comes from the magic within. It's kind of resonating into the metal.
Okay.
It's very pretty.
It is some kind of transformer, but more than this, I do not know. Perhaps it will respond to the name, Bumblebee.
Does that mean there's more to it than meets the eye?
God damn it. I said transporter.
Transporter or transformer?
I meant to say transporter, but I did say transformer.
You did.
Which, yes.
Perhaps it is a robot in disguise.
It does respond to a word that I know.
I wonder if perhaps it carries the spark of life.
If I say it though, we're all gonna go there now, which is probably not the wisest decision.
I can magically identify it for you.
Can I insight Procopius? He seems very curious about this.
Sure.
Is this all like on the up and up?
Okay.
Like, does he want to know this for good reasons?
Sure.
He's just a real rad dude. Totally cubular.
That's a straight 12.
Oh,
Hard to tell. Hard to tell.
My wisdom is low as fuck. I'm just gonna trust him.
Especially against a polymorphed gold dragon. Very hard to tell.
Wait, he's in polymorph? I thought he was in he's in human form?
Yeah, he's not been walking around as a dragon.
He's in Dragonborn form.
He's
That's
got
what I thought.
like a human form with like gold scales over up to his neck.
Oh.
Like a neck tat that kind of glows.
You look like a SoundCloud rapper.
I do not know what that is. Is it something Edge and Arcee do?
Probably.
Yeah. It's a bard. But anyways, question, Valmir, do you think we should perhaps send you in as like a spy? Like, we don't go in guns blazing. You go in and you sit down in the meeting and you hear about how these people wish to bring about the end of the world. And then we attack after we figure out their plans, like a James Bond movie.
I would say that'd be a good idea if I knew where this transported us to. Because we could, go through it, arrive there, to be immediately surrounded by a bunch of people who aren't too happy that I brought all of you.
Does it bring you right to your daddy?
I don't know.
Well, it is a transportative device. I've seen some of these before, just not in this style. It seems to... The location it seems to take you to is... It's sort of the middle of nowhere in the Underdark. There's nothing there of note.
That we know of.
I just used some magic to check the location out, and there's nothing there. Just a rocky cavern. There's no altar. There's nothing that looks like it's lived. There wasn't people. Strange.
If we go there early, as in like we're the first people there, and then we wait, maybe we could do that plan?
Procopius. Seeing that area through magic, were you able to... Would illusions be able to be detected through that way, or would an illusion mask what you're seeing? What if there is something there, I guess is what I'm saying, but you're not able to see what's truly there?
Well, my sensor that I would send there would only see what the plain eyes could see. If there was an illusionary wall or something of the sort, that would be unaware of me. It's not like I'm there.
So there could actually be something in that cavern, and if we do go with Valmir's plan, as he was just suggesting, of going early, we might actually not be going into an empty cave.
Quite
Right?
possible.
No, my concern was that we would drop right in front of a lot of people who don't look like us.
Well, this is not just going to be drow down there that are... I mean, if all of them are closer to tiefling-born than they are us, then we might stand out a bit, but we don't know exactly what the individuals going down there are going to look like.
Yeah, but Breton, with all respect, you look like a paladin, less like what somebody of a follower of Valmir's father might look like. Same with me.
Which is why I was going to say nothing that buying a couple of long black cloaks wouldn't solve.
The long black cloak.
I am also able to make people go invisible. And I can make myself look different.
Did you want to walk and talk? Can I get you out?
Oh, yeah, I thought we were on...
We've been stood at the gate to the chamber, but this was halfway down the mountain, so you've still got a little walk before you get up to the main door. So
We should start walking.
okay. So
I'm not sure disguise would work. There's my dad is like a literal demonic entity kind of thing.
Yeah?
If anyone's gonna be able to see through that kind of disguise, I think he's got a good shot at doing that.
Well, Valmir, forgive me for saying, but I think one thing needs to be addressed right now. That's not your father.
I mean, he kind of is.
He may have created you and might even have saved you, and I say that with quotations because all he really did was serve himself in the process. The man has no love for you beyond what he can get from you. That is not a father.
He's your father, but he ain't your daddy.
I was really trying to avoid going that route, but thank you, Zaraj.
It's a colloquialism that they heard growing up.
Purple skin, not blue.
My question to all of you, from what you're saying anyway, it sounds like you're going into a rather difficult situation where there is one primary target which you all will most likely be required to be dealing with, as well as possibly many others.
Mm-hmm.
From what I can
Yes.
tell of this square, which he now hands back to Balmer, is it opens a portal that lasts a full minute. You could get more than just yourselves through.
How big is the opening of said portal? Like, big enough for just people to walk through? Or could we bring weapons? Like, big ones? Like, I don't know, a skyship, maybe? Or...
Well, I would, that also depends on the height of the other end. It didn't look to be a big space on the other end. In terms of height.
Right.
I think a skyship would struggle.
Are you inviting yourself?
I myself am not a fighter, but there are people in my family or who serve my family who might. After all, you have been deemed worthy of assistance by our grandsire. Well, other way round. Got my words wrong. Our ancestor.
Darius, you've been very quiet for a military-minded person, and we are about to go on a tactical mission. Do you have anything to add to this planning?
I can see where you'd get that impression, but I have not killed many demons or otherworldly creatures, so flying a little blind. Ask me how to kill a normal mortal person? I know how to do that.
Well, maybe looking into killing demons or devils might be another good place to start in your preparation.
And it just so happens that we know a renowned librarian and a man of much scholarship.
Well, I think we know quite a few of those now.
I meant the one standing right here.
Thank you for ruining the compliment.
On the topic of going in stealthily with like subterfuge, there is a non-0% chance that he's already aware of all of this. Because when he gave me this cube, it was when I was talking to the Minotaurs about him. So he knew he was able to see that I was talking about him, and then he appeared. so he may already know.
Okay.
I don't know if he's always watching, or only when he chooses to watch, or if there's some kind of trigger for him to start watching. I just know that it's possible for him to watch.
Knowing how those entities tend to work, it's most likely when you invite them to. Furthermore, I doubt that they would have the power to see into the lair of my ancestor. But I can't say there isn't a zero chance of that happening now.
Then the mentality stays the same. If there's no point in trying to hide, then they're probably going to know we're coming. And if we're still going to do it, then there's no point in worrying about the fact they know we're coming. We just have to go anyways.
Yes.
I think we have two things to do then. One is how to kill a demon, devil, I don't even know, with the library. And the other is I really need to find something that could help me out against their magic, because I'm so vulnerable to it.
The third thing is a sending stone.
Yes.
Yes, your exit
Shopping
strategy.
and research.
I think we should secure the exit strategy first.
Balmer, do you still have your ring? This one that stores spells.
It's a glove, and yes.
Glove, yes. Here. Well, this will help, I think. Up to what level can that thing store spells?
Third.
Up to
Well,
third.
shut.
Yeah. No,
Shucks.
it doesn't have up to 5. I can't remember what it wrote. It's got
I
5
think
charges,
it's 5
right?
total, but it's
5
got something.
charges.
It probably got something in it already.
Yeah, I've got in the
5
glove
charges
right
in it,
now.
right?
Oh right, yeah, I've got fly, which is third, and I've got 2 shields in it right now.
Yeah.
So up to 5.
So up to
I
level
can grant you a spell that will absolutely and totally negate that mind control ability. But you'd have to give up the other spells that are in it.
With the spell glove, could I just choose to dismiss it, or do I just?
Don't waste those spells. Cast them on Braun. He would love to fly.
Sure, I'm gonna cast fly on Braun.
And shield twice.
Sure, I cast shield twice as well.
Shield twice on yourself, okay. 2 reactions passed. You just woof, woof. Your ring is now empty. Your glove is now empty. God damn it.
And upon him, Soul shall cast the spell that she seems to cast a lot lately. Seems to be very effective in this campaign. Dispel good and evil.
Yo.
I might also be able to give you a resistance to mind control abilities for up to an hour.
Just to be aware, he wasn't mind controlled before, he was whole personed.
Yeah,
advantage on intelligence, wisdom, and charisma.
Yeah. So, just to make sure you're
Can-
giving people the right thing.
Can't enhance ability boost wisdom?
Nope.
No?
Doesn't work on saving
But
throws.
I have Intellect Fortress, which gives
Intellect Fortress does
resistance.
work on that.
Yep.
I also have protection from evil and good, which
It doesn't
just
work
asked-
because I don't believe his brother is actually a fiend. He's a humanoid.
He's
If his
But
brother's a fiend,
against-
then it would work.
Against the...
Or actually, I don't think it would. Shit.
what
But against all the other fiends and devils that we might encounter down there, it will absolutely save his life.
Is it protection from evil and good that you gave me?
Dispel evil. Dispel good and evil.
Dispel evil and good. It's a 5th level spell.
Because I thought I could give him less restoration, which cures paralysis, but if he is paralyzed, he can't use it on himself to cure the paralysis, which is a problem.
Yeah, it was basically, in meta terms, he has a DC of 20 and I have a -1 to wisdom.
Mhm.
You're not very wisdomous.
I sold my soul to a devil. How wisdomous do you think that is?
Yeah, a wise man once said, "You don't sell your soul to a devil."
If only somebody told that to Valor before he did this.
Before he was
that or
born.
death. I mean,
Yeah, it wasn't actually Volmir.
That's the twist. Valmir thinks he sold himself to the devil, but in fact the devil already had him.
What a twist!
you can't buy what you already own.
He just
So-
just put more capital in his investment is what he did.
Does anybody wish to come with me? I'm going to go find the sending stone, but also I have no money.
I am for the shop because this is great. I still would like to see if I can find something to protect as well, like itemously wise.
Could we perhaps reclaim some of the investment that our trader has been working with?
Yeah.
Yeah, you haven't actually spoken to the trader since they managed to get the trade license.
Yeah,
Sounds like a good place to start.
we may have an additional line of credit.
You guys are such like adventuring adults. You have credit scores and, you know, assets.
You missed the
come
point in
from-
time where we were paying taxes on the tithe.
Yes, you did. You did do that.
Boy, that was an exciting bit of D&D, that was.
Yeah, I made them go
thoroughly
to
enjoyed
fancy.
it.
I made them go to the fancy DVLA essentially.
But that is why we have all of the correct accreditation now.
I don't have assets. I am the asset.
You're an ass. It,
Thanks.
Darius did not approve of that joke. Alright, I guess our first trip is back
Darius
towards the
hates bones
boat.
as much as Lambert does.
Okay, so you're heading back to the skyship. Eventually, you exit the mountain, and then are led back to the city. Procopius turns to you and says, "I'm going to go get a head start on some research. If you require me, I'll be at the library."
We appreciate your assistance and your guidance.
And perhaps he gives has a small note. This is my family's residence. Perhaps you can seek for ally there. I'm sure our ancestor may have contacted them already, but it would be worth them getting eyes on you as well. See what they can give you.
Thank you for this.
Enemy of our enemy and all that. Bid you good day.
But
I'm gonna say goodbye in Draconic.
He nods.
Just
And-
give a little bow.
So, you're back in the city. Who's going where? What are we guys doing?
Soul's
Nice.
going to Breton.
I think Zedaar wanted to go get some sending stones or snapstones or something, and James would go with Zedaar.
So,
Not that it has
As
any
would Darius.
much gold, but
sure. Just to expedite the going back to the ship, expedite some of the legwork. I've been rolling, and your merchant did manage to make a major sale on the return investment. From the 27,000 gold pieces worth of trading that they could do, they've managed to make 51,000 gold pieces.
Oh,
Holy shit.
Yeah, I fucking rolled two nat 20s on their checks, and then D100s were very favorable in your cases, friends. So you
It's
have
just
that
good business.
So I need to know, for one, how much you'd like to reinvest, if any.
I would say
With an investment,
reinvest.
an easy half in the extra 1,000 it seems like a no-brainer there.
And then-
26,000 is basically the same as we had before.
Yep. And then yeah, so they'll get
Siraj, you missed it. We made a killing.
Our merchant did.
Our merchant made like 50 grand.
Well, that's exactly how much money I require. Convenient.
It's not
Just
directly
kidding.
responsible for it, but I choose to believe that the 100 gold pieces that Zedaar gave them as a bonus startup is responsible for all this.
to hey, got a lot of paperwork done.
Almost 26,000 that goes back into the investment, and then the rest gets divvied up amongst those who get their cuts.
Should we hold off on reinvesting until after we've done this little bit of shopping?
No. Money goes back into the business first and foremost.
This shopping might literally be life or death.
All shopping might be life or death.
Have
It
you ever
depends on
been
how
to
much of a killing
Target?
you make.
I've just thought of a really good low-level encounter now. Life or death shopping. It's just a fucking shop full of mimics.
That sounds like a terrible that sounds like a carnival game you get at the Feywild, where it's like, choose your prize, but choose carefully.
What's
Yeah.
that old
Mitch,
show?
Super Supermarket
Savers or
Sweep.
whatever?
Oh,
Supermarket Sweep.
Supermarket.
But there's random mimics hidden around.
Yeah, no.
different
It's
products.
supermarket sweep, but sweep as in like sweep and clear. So it's like you're a tactical team, destroying the monsters of the supermarket. Or is what's the observation duty or whatever it is? One of those. It's like where you're the security guard looking at the cameras, and the cameras just like slowly see like
Five Nights
things.
at Freddy's.
Anything like that. It's just like, yeah, it's just like, which of the okay, we've got three mimics in the produce section. Let's go. Just...
All right, Midge or Mikey, get on writing this encounter right now. I mean,
Fine, I'll do it after. It's fine.
Clean up aisle 5.
okay, yeah, I'm going shopping first. I think that's. Snapstones are like obviously needed, but
So, we previously talked about not counting Braun as a party member, just because it's fairer for everyone else. So we should each get 3,571 gold, and there's a little bit left over.
Just could you write that down or say that a little slower?
3,571.
I'm gonna convert that into platinum.
sorry.
Let's see.
Soul has 0 money because I gave it to Ruby. Shh.
Do your
Not sure it
pockets
works
not
that
transfer?
way.
Well, I have to look at Ruby's sheet. Ruby's got my money.
Ruby had my money too, and she got disintegrated with it.
You're not gonna give that. You're not gonna just let that go, are you?
It's okay. Ruby let her money go.
I think that's the lesson. Is we need to stop trusting Ruby with money. Is the moral of the story here.
Yeah, usually money and fire don't go well together.
Well,
Siraj
paper
has
money,
never
definitely.
seen this much money in her life. And if you hand me these gold coins,
Now, Siraj, you don't spend it all in one place.
And the inventory. 648 plus 350.
It's where you open a savings account and it has a compounded interest, and then you just leave it.
To start us off, Breton is his whole thing. The studies of his life have been hunting down creatures such as this, and his immediate concern, because I believe he would obviously know this, is that you can't actually kill a devil or demon unless you go to the plane of its origin to kill it.
lucky for you, you've already established that this is its plane of origin. That's what
That's
made
why it's able to
it
cause so much
survive.
trouble.
All right.
Yeah.
Good to know.
'Cause
That
it
is
doesn't
that
get
right? 'Cause
banished.
that is the weird middle ground for
Yeah,
Elendor because some
that's-
things are native to the plane. That's right. Okay.
That's the shtick. That's why it's still here as well.
Good. That is the thing that I was like. That's the thing I was most worried about. Like, is there a yes? I'm sorry. That covers that. What is Brett going to do? I feel like
Your mic's having some issues, Breton.
my mic is having some issues.
It was then, yes. Or at least
That's
for
probably
me.
because I have my hand here covering it. That's my bad. I imagine Breton is just gonna go. Actually, he'll go with Valmir. Like, we'll just take most of the party to the shopping. There might be some things that Soul needs to buy. Breton might find something he knows.
Okay. So we've got Valmir, Zaraj, Breton, Darius. Anyone else going shopping? James? Oh, is everybody
James.
going shopping, essentially?
I think everybody's going shopping.
Okay, to the forum minutes then. So the main forum in the city is a couple of districts away from where the library is, but not too far. It's still in the central hub, and the forum is a large, essentially, shopping mall, for lack of better terms, with like multiple wings, and it's a big, almost enclosed market space. So a lot of the main halls, etc., have stalls, etc., and then there's like underwalkways with shops off of them, and then there's multiple levels.
Urban is my favorite terrain. Can I try to figure out where a sending stone shop might be?
Sure. I'm not gonna make you roll because there's a map of the forum as you go in. This is like Zaraj turns around and is like, "Don't worry, I've got this," and then turns around and there's like one of those "You are here" maps. See? So yeah, there seems to be a couple of shops that are listed as sort of magical shops. There's no Zorps there, but there are a few locations that like earmark themselves as magic shops.
I think we just go to in order, like whichever is the closest, and if we don't find what we're looking for here, we go to the next one, and we just sort of link our way around in order of proximity.
Okay. Sure thing.
Is Braun still flying?
No, that finished. That finished a while
Damn.
ago.
I had this like image of Zep like having him like on like a leash, like flying him like a kite, like through the mall, like a child. You know what I mean? Like holding a balloon.
Mm-hmm.
That implies he wasn't riding him at the time.
Which is also hilarious because Zep would be the one who's the size of the balloon. So it's like the balloon carrying the human.
It's like up.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, are we able to hunt down specific items?
How do you mean? So,
Well, if you said like if we're going shopping, can we hunt down specific magic items that might be available?
yes, you could.
Okay.
A hunting wisdomousness thing.
Okay, you need to be more specific than wisdomous thing.
The kind of thing that Procopius had mentioned.
He
But before
mentioned
we-
multiple things.
Yeah.
I'm
Before we
looking
do
for any of
this, let's get the sending stone first. You're being very selfish, Valmir. You're thinking of yourself only, and we need to be thinking of the party.
Isn't there a
I'm
ring
good
of
now.
motion?
Okay, Mom.
We'll see how long it lasts.
First things first is snapstones and or sending stones. Preferably snapstones because those can be used without having to backtrack to Aureus.
Aren't we going to Aureus to have a hero feast dinner? Which is exactly what Valmir needs for wisdom saving throws.
For
No,
24
because we
hours.
would have to go through the challenges again.
I mean, I'll go through the challenges for a hero's feast. Advantage on wisdom saving throws? Ooh, hot doggy.
And we'd have to find our way there again. And also bear in mind that most gold dragons make that pilgrimage like once.
Yeah, we'd be, especially if we're bringing some of his, the descendants with us. Like, by the way, do you want to go and see your grandsire for like the second time in your life? By the way, you've got 2 minutes to eat some food and then we're leaving to go fight a devil.
Okay, so give me, if you're just going to be checking the shopping mall, someone give me an investigation check.
Would I get advantage because it's my favorite terrain?
I'll say yes.
Can I assist? Yeah, I've already advantage.
Yeah,
roll.
yeah.
I got an 11. Gosh dang it.
An 11. You come across along one of the corners of the forum in a second floor, off of a second floor arcade. You see this small shop with a wood front, and there's like a hanging sign in front of it, which looks to be like a book, but it looks like a spell book. There's like stars coming off of it, like sort of animated in a way, not actually moving, but it's connectivity wise. And the shop is called the Shifting Stars. And you go in and you see a somewhat bookshop, but also somewhat magic shop. It seems to be like a kind of a mix and match of both. It's very tailored to arcane users. It's not like a huge store. They have a few display cases, and there is a counter at the back with what seems to be a copper colored dragonborn.
Make our way in and start to peruse.
Hello, do you have any stones that are like, you can send a message with them?
I assume you mean for sale.
Yes, I am here as a customer with money to buy things.
What else would I be?
I'm
I had-
offended.
I had to double check you weren't trying to sell me a new plan.
I'm here to talk about your stones extended warranty.
The network salesmen are getting very testy at the moment. I would not put it past them. Yes, I have some sending stones. 2 pairs.
You have a snapstone that does not require us to give the second half of it, the receiver, to someone. We can just think about them and it goes. I've seen this before. Very new age.
It is not as common around here. I know of what you speak, but they are a export of Legerang's land, and trade does not always get this far. Although, looking at you adventurers, you seem to be more familiar with that.
My recommendation
End of the
would be
word.
to speak to the trader on board the skyship currently docked in the center of the forum. They may be able to create some connections to get you this kind of merchandise in the future.
Uh-oh.
What a shame.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna give it a moment and then I'll readjust the cameras. If he does not make a swift return.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Do you have a scroll of sending rather than the stone? Can Soul use scrolls?
She can.
I do not.
Sending is a
know.
spell that Soul can get. She does not have it.
That's a weird one. It depends. Yeah.
There's no use magic device in this, as far as I know.
No, anybody can use a scroll.
Scrolls are easier to use if the spell appears on your spell list, because then you can just cast it without making a check. But as
And
a divine spell
Soul,
sorcerer,
Soul has the cleric spell list.
I guess if you consider the clerical spell list their spell list, then yes, then it would be much easier for Soul to use.
Soul is a divine soul.
How much are your sending stones?
They are 2,000 per pair.
And a scroll of sending.
I do not have one. I could have one produced.
How long does this take?
2 days.
We do not have this time. Okay.
You could try one of the other stores.
What is the speciality of this store? You have me intrigued.
Oh, I both collect spell books of magical thesis, as well as magically powerful books.
Do you have a with sending in it?
No. I have a book that will make you stronger.
What about a book that makes you more intelligent? Read faster.
Or lets you make better decisions. Makes you one more wisdomous.
I knew you were going to say that.
How about an ion stone? Or any ion stones?
Let me... Iron Stone is... I have one for protection.
Well, maybe the shop's not going to have anything you need. Let's go find somebody else who actually is worth our time and investment.
Damn, and I thought Ruby was the one with the sting.
I am deciding
that was really...
I'm deciding that I do not want to trade with any of you. First the cat comes in all demanding, and now you can leave my store.
Okay. I didn't think I was being rude. I'm very sorry. We are pressed for time and we're trying to save the universe. We're a little stressed. I do apologize. Have a good day.
Everybody's trying to save the universe these days.
Oh,
No.
fuck me and asking about the Book of Strength Gain, I guess.
Were we all
Another shop
kicked
there.
out of the store?
If you all went in, I would say yes.
I
Then I'll
didn't.
leave.
feel like I was
And I'm
that
going to
rude.
suggest to my trader, ignore this store.
Boycott, embargo.
You all handle the shopping. I think I'm going to go ahead and do some research.
What is it you're going to look into, Breton?
I'm going to double check to make sure that I'm not misremembering some things about how we deal with the fiends properly.
Do you want some assistance in this?
No, I think I'll be fine myself. It does seem like Breton's a little irked and just kind of wants to get away from Sol right now.
Sol does not stop or say anything.
Sep's also going to leave. He's going to go and try and find some magic enchanting stuff.
Okay.
Guess we go to magic shop number 2.
Sure.
Yep, let's go get kicked out of that one.
Perhaps that
First
is.
guy was snooty, expensive, and didn't have what we needed.
He didn't have what
Right.
Valmir needed. Didn't mean that the rest of us didn't want to shop there, Beth.
Well, sucks to suck, sorry.
Which, asking around, I guess the town and some of the people, which of the 2 other stores that are left, I guess, right? Because there was 3
Yep.
that we knew about. Which of the 2 other stores would most likely have more magical consumables versus like magical items?
Mm-hmm. One of the stores seems to be mainly potion based.
Well,
And the other seems to be arcane, sort of protection based.
That one sounds good. I'll go there.
temporary potions might give you the brief enhancement you need for this encounter. So it might be good to check that one out as well eventually. But yeah, let's get you something that will give you something more permanent, right?
Yeah, I think it's probably wise, not that I'd know, to go to both.
So we'll go to the one that has the more protection items first, I guess.
Okay. So this store is called Warding Bond. And it's on the other end of the forum, and it has the stone front, with like a metal golem outside, handing out like leaflets.
I take one.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll take a leaflet too.
And it's like a leaflet, and it's. Do you speak Draconic?
I do.
And you can read anything, Valmis. You can read this. But it's basically saying, you can enchant your shield for a discounted price if you bring your shield in, kind of thing.
So just little specials like deals and stuff. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Is there any
enticements.
is there any coupons for, sending stones, maybe? Like, oh, we're here on Sending Stone Day.
Like giving out free burner phones or something like that.
Yeah.
There is not.
Basically what a snapstone is, the burner phone.
Yeah, why doesn't Zedaar have advantage trying to figure this out? I thought Zedaar would just know how to use... You're a criminal, so you'd know how to use burner phones.
Well, we first got a snapstone from her boss.
Exactly.
That's where we first got one.
Are you
I
more
could.
Pinkman level instead of a...
I could try to find criminal contacts, but I'm trying to be above board now that the dragon told me I have to be.
We'll enter the shop.
Sure. This shop has a dwarven individual behind the counter. Kind of graying hair, up in a top knot ponytail that also runs down the length of their back, long beard, braided. but they seem to be in like an open robe.
Excuse me, Zedaar. Would you possibly be able to assist some customers in purchasing some items?
Oh, hey, sorry, not. Haven't used the common vernacular in a while. That's new. Do you need anything translated? It's all in Draconic round here, or Dwarvish.
I believe my friend back here, Valmir is his name. My name is James, and this is Zaraj. We have Darius as well, and I believe that's everybody that was there, right? Because
Soul's with us.
Soul.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Soul, did you come with us?
Yeah, Soul's with you as well.
Okay, and then Soul as well. We're interested in purchasing some items, and my friend here can handle the Draconic, I believe.
Oh, well, okay then. My name's Derek. Well, yeah, so, yeah, I mean, if you're looking for protection and looking at all of you, you seem to be not too unused to a fight. You've come to the right place. We specialize in protective magics.
Have you any protective magics that protect you against magics?
Tell me up. Can you be more specific, please?
He needs something that keeps people from taking over his faculties, in a sense. I don't want to...
Ion Stone of Absorption, or any ways that he can negate spells.
Yeah, Valmir wouldn't know what these things are, so he's like kind of relying on shopkeepers to know what he's after on description.
Aye, but saying protection from magic is a wide subject matter. The Ironstone example is a lot better. I will have to check out back if we've got any Ironstones. Of that nature. We do stock protective ones. We do stock rings of mind shielding. And for those of you who might, come up with anything against a sort of psychic nature. But something as specific as anything that afflicts someone's personal faculties, that's again rarer magic, but I'll check.
While you're checking, would you also be able to see if you have a sending stone?
Or maybe a scroll of sending, or hell, I'd even take a scroll of teleportation if that's something that you might have.
It's not our normal stock, but I'll have a look.
Much appreciated.
Okay.
This store is lovely. Look at all of these items on the shelves. It's like a mini Sorbs. I say this loudly so that while he's in the back, he thinks that we're very polite.
Okay.
How well tended to is this
check.
shop?
It's quite delightful, actually, yes.
21.
That's pretty good.
Was that a persuasion roll to see how
No, it's
much you bought your
performance.
bullshit?
I'm performing.
Okay. He walks back out.
Performing flattery.
I have 2 stones of absorption. Lesser, not greater. I have a brooch of shielding. A couple of those, actually. Don't know if that'll be of any help. We don't have anything that aids a specific attribute. I I could recommend you go to the potion store perhaps and maybe get something that will fortify yourselves for a short amount of time, but again, it was nothing permanent. It's,
As long as it stops me from being permanently dead, I mean, that's what we need.
Oh, I get that.
I believe that lictum is the only way to stop yourself from permanently being dead. But then wait.
Actually, the Ring of Mind Shielding does do that.
Any luck on the sending stones? Or
I, again, don't carry sending stones. We're a bit more of a niche enterprise, and we don't trade in scrolls outside of, again, protective magics normally.
I didn't know if you had anybody who was working in the back that wanted to try and dabble outside of their normal.
What I could recommend, perhaps, is go into the temple. See if any of the clerics could write you some scrolls. If you had the paper and ink, I could sell you some of our stock of paper and ink, magical paper and ink. You know, write and to make a scroll.
I have a companion of ours who's quite familiar with that type of consumable. I'll get with him and see what his stock is like. And if he doesn't have any, you will be the first person that I come to see.
Alrighty.
These stones of absorption, what do they do?
So an iron stone of absorption. The absorption is like he pulls them out. They're like a pale lavender sort of ellipsoid stone. You can use your reaction to cancel a spell of 4th or lower cast by a creature you can see targeting you. And they have 20 uses before they die.
I will take one of those.
Okay.
Is it an attunement item?
It is.
Bugger.
Sorry.
And you need to use an action for that to be active. So you use an action for a stone by throwing it into the air, and then it orbits your head.
Yeah, but can't you start that at like the beginning of a day? Or does it have to, or I don't know how long it lasts, but
they can go for like a full time. Is just, you can't sleep with it because it can't orbit you then. It has to be able to orbit you.
Sure.
And like a creature can cancel the stone from being existing, but they need to make an attack roll against it, and it has an AC of 24 or a DC of 24 if it's an acrobatic thing, where they take an action to seize and throw the stone, which ends the effect. The stone has 10 hit points and is resistant to all damage, and it's considered worn whilst it's orbiting your head.
Yeah, I think I should take one of those. What level is Hold Person?
Depends on the level cast.
He's a warlock. That's so it's probably.
you're going to assume he's going to cast it at his highest level possible then. So 9.
You said you had the shopkeeper had Ring of Mind Shielding too.
Yeah, he's got a couple of rings of mind shield.
I don't think Ring of Mind Shielding will stop Hold Person though.
Yeah.
No, I just reading it. It's an interesting item.
Yeah.
how much is this stone, ion stone?
Hey, let me see. I got to do some math now.
Because I mean, I'm not even thinking of. I'm thinking mostly of what's his face, Lipless.
Mm-hmm.
He's the one that cast Hold Person on me. I've got
Yes.
to assume he's got higher than 4th level on his warlockness. He only needs to be a level 9 warlock to have it be 5th level.
Yeah.
And I don't think he's less than that.
The Ioun Stone is... Sorry, I'm reading a list and it's it's 3,000.
How convenient. You just made that.
We do have a discount on bulk buying items. I see your friend there is eyeing up those mind shielding rings. We do so.
Yeah.
We also have armor pieces and shields and the like as well here. Is by our nature our specialty.
Would it be cheaper to buy something you've already created or have something imbued onto what I already own?
Imbuement would be cheaper, but it takes time.
Ah, that's true. We don't really have much of that.
And plus,
Do you
I
have any-
never like taking imbuement jobs from people from out of town. It's riskier financially.
Oh, I'd pay you up front. I wouldn't be like that.
Then I'd be more
I get the
amenable
risk
to
that
it.
you take as a business member, so...
Hey, I mean, he points to a wall of shields. That's our discount rack from people that never came and picked up items. Put it that way. Adventurers are finite. Especially if they go up into the mountains.
Or down into them, I imagine.
Well, that's not often done. People are... I mean, people keep looking for the Great Pass. It's a constant.
Do you mind elaborating a little bit more on the Great Pass? I'm
Hey,
not very familiar.
So it is a common expedition for adventurers to go up the mountain to try and find the Great Pass, which will be an easier connection between here and the rest of Kaitang. And it's also said to hold a great amount of treasure, as an ancient Kaitangian king took his army through there and stashed a load of valuables from a great raid on the way, before promptly dying of disease back in Kaitang.
And nobody's ever found that treasure?
Nope.
Quite amazing. Gotta love the stories of the towns that you travel to.
Hey, I think it's a load of hogwash, but I can't say I don't make money off it.
This guy's like tourist trapping people, like.
Hey, I've got a whole section over there which is items for the mountains.
That's great, that's great.
I wouldn't dare try to fleece you guys, though. You look formidable, shall I say.
Much appreciated. Do you have anything in the medium armor variety that has some sort of imbuements to it that one such as my stature could wear?
Got a mithril breastplate. Probably sized to you. Or if not, I have a couple of quick adjustments could be made. You got a straight one or a slightly better one. They have the benefit of being light and can fit under armor quite well if you're trying to hide it, for example.
I like to remain as unbulky as possible.
Also, Power, what's up with your eyes? Is that painful?
Not anymore.
Hey, it looks sore.
It's left lingering wounds more internal than external.
Yikes. Well, sorry.
You got oofed by a shopkeeper.
Well, what so I guess so you have you throw breastplate +1, I'm guessing?
Yeah.
All right. I guess what would the cost be for that? The Iron Stone, I guess we're taking one of those, and then a Ring of Mind Shielding?
Altogether?
I don't know how valuable the Iron Stone's gonna be.
3K.
No, he
That's not
meant in physicality.
like, I don't think it's gonna help. 4th level is gonna be lower than what they're casting. Warlocks always cast at the highest possible level,
Yeah.
which I would know because I'm one.
Yes, you would.
Can I make a little stealth check with my hood up to just sort of back out of the store while everyone's shopping without anyone noticing me?
Go for it.
Ah, God, 20. I'm rolling so bad today.
I love how that's still a 20.
I'm pretty sure your passive. No one has a passive perception high enough.
Okay, I'm
Gourd
gonna.
would've, but
Yeah.
Oh, actually,
Oh, I missed
Braun
my
might.
boy.
Braun might.
But he's not
If-
here.
Yeah,
They're
no,
in the
that's true.
library.
They've gone to the library. You're very true.
All right, I'm gonna sneak out.
I also, if anyone's interested, have one of these. Throws it in the air, and this little disc turns into like a holographic shield that floats in the air next to him.
So we'll look at that.
This
There's
is
only one of those?
as well. So we have a couple of these, but of varying strength. But these are what we like to call animated shields. Very useful.
And what's special about them?
Well, they are attuned to the surrounding environment and yourself, and help protect you whilst keeping your hands free. You know, in case you wanted to be holding a sword or a mace much wider and heavier than that which one hand could carry, and still require the protection of a shield.
Could you use 2 weapons at the same time and use it?
Oh, aye, as long as you activate it beforehand.
How much?
For the basic. And depends if you're buying other things as well.
There's a few people around here who would love to have that shield in our group.
Yeah, I imagine that we'd be interested in grabbing
Like
2
4 of
shields.
us probably would like that shield.
Yeah, and you said that there was multiple, so I think Soul wants one definitely. James is definitely interested in one.
Breton
of
would
those
need
shields.
love one too, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Darius, I don't know.
I missed it. What kind of shield is it?
It's called
It's-
an
one that doesn't-
animated
this is-
shield.
this
It's
is
a
a-
shield that doesn't require you to hold it.
Yo, yeah.
Yep.
Me too. I have a 2-handed weapon.
Those are a pretty penny each. I'm not gonna lie, but they are very useful. They retail at about 6,200 gold pieces each.
Bulk discount, you said?
Well, the more things you buy, there's a discount on it, yay?
I have 5,700. I would totally spend it on one of these shields. What's the bonus it gives to AC? Is it 1 or 2?
The same as a shield.
Yeah, it's +2 because it's literally just a shield you don't have to hold.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So I have 2 of the basic animated shields, which are the ones that retail at that price, and then I have my pièce de la résistance if you're really looking to spend, and he takes one down from behind the counter. throws it up, and it has the same sort of look with the animated shield, but instead like the medallion in the center, instead of being golden green, is like a flourishing and vibrant black with purple, and then the shield that spews out of it, instead of being like a bluish hued animated shield, it is like a purplish hue one. And it says, that is my masterwork animated shield, and that will set you back 13,000.
Wow. It suits my aesthetics so well.
But
We need to get our merchant to come here. Do you do trades with? Would you be interested in getting involved with our merchant? We have a sky vessel, Skyfire. I can't speak today. I don't know what's wrong with me. Anybody else want to take over?
We're part of the Skyfire Adventuring Company, and we have a onboard merchant that does merchant things.
really selling this, aren't you guys?
I'm not there.
Nope.
We'll send them by. I think they'll do much better at introducing themselves and explaining their duties more than I.
Basically, we fly all around the world, and in every location that we stop at, our merchant buys and sells wares from that location to sell on in the next one. So if we were to add this fine city to our repertoire of places that we stop at, we could offer special deals and trade agreements with various stores, and maybe avoid stores that you have rivalries with, that kind of thing, and just prosper together.
I see why you have a merchant that deals with this sort of thing.
Yes, thank you.
Are you wanting to take the items or not? Or any of the items or not?
What's the mithril breastplate +1?
It's 2,100.
That I could afford that. I can't take one of the shields at this time.
Okay.
Yeah, I need to get a little bit more AC.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, my AC is really bad.
So you're gonna buy that for sure.
Yes.
Is there
yes,
anything else that's being for sure bought at this time?
Soul is probably going to buy one of those as well.
What, the animated shields? Or...
Yes.
Okay. If you're buying together of multiple items, there is a discount. So I need to know so I can work out how much you're getting off.
Soul's gonna buy. How much are they a piece? Because Soul would look to buy two, one for her, one for Breton.
They are 6,200 each.
And if we have 3 purchased so far,
Oh, well, I'm not going to take one of the shields. I'm going to take a breastplate instead because I don't have enough for the shield.
no.
There's only 2 of the basic level shields anyways.
Yes.
Yeah.
What are the traits on the PS de la Resistance shield?
So it's a +3 shield, but you also have resistance to force damage.
Oh, how much?
13,000, as I said.
Ah, damn.
Yeah.
I mean, Soul's close, but not quite that close.
That's why I tried to say, hey, let's keep relations with this person because they produce some nice quality stuff that we're interested in, and we could come back.
Does anyone want to pool money so that we can get it?
Who would get it? That's a really good item that just about all of us would want. Is it required attunement?
Oh yeah, all of them do.
A little less so for Soul, but still.
I mean, I'm a frontline fighter with 16 AC. What would be my?
You're not. You're second row fighter.
I'm basically front row.
And you
You
have
don't.
full
You haven't
attunement
got into
slots.
face-to-face contact with anyone in years.
You're mid-range at best with Eldritch Blast, Darkness, and Pole Arms. You're not a frontline fighter. Sol, Breton, and Darius are frontline fighters.
I mean, claiming that I'm not and Sol is.
Yeah,
funny.
no, I would say that Sol's also second line, but even so, it's like,
Sol
yes,
stands
you
right
do
next
still
to
have.
Breton. Sol stands right next to Breton.
The shield would probably be,
Underneath,
if
let's
we
be
were going to go
honest.
with the masterwork one, it would probably go to Darius or Breton, honestly, as being our best line of defense. And making Breton absolute tank is scary in my mind.
Yeah.
Considering-
Darius already uses a shield, yes?
Yes, but it would allow Darius to
alright.
use two-handed weapons.
Yeah.
Which that is not a thing.
He would
Actually,
never do.
I'm
Yeah.
a duelist, so I
He's
need to.
very
Oh,
little.
okay.
So my
That
recommendation
being
is
said, this is something I've never looked up in D&D. You might actually be able to use an animated shield if you're already using a shield. I don't know if those don't stack or not.
Do shields stack though? Because you can't.
Well,
carry two
I
shields and
don't
have these
know.
stack.
You can't, but I don't know if animated shield is worded that way.
That's true. Yeah, the wording could be. That's something we could look into. So we're definitely going to take a animated shield, right?
Well, hold
And
on.
the breastplate. We just don't know which animated shield. I'll add the Ring of Mind shielding on there because I don't have too many things attuned to right now. So
Sol's
I can.
got 10 Gs.
No, they don't stack.
Okay, that makes sense because
So-
Because
it does say it is a shield, so it wouldn't
Yeah.
stack.
It's the effect of the shield, so yeah.
I think we should get the Fizzler Assistance shield and give it to Breton.
Okay, I still need my breastplate, so I'm spending
Okay.
some of my personal funds for that.
Well, Sol's
bring
got
down the
10,000. Sol's got 10,000 on her.
Well, you can afford the shield.
No, I can't afford the good shield. I can afford the
For
basic shield.
the reminder, since Darius is technically supposed to be our new party person, because that was something we decided a long time ago. There's $2,000 in the party funds. Technically, there's 2,700 in the party funds.
We read in-game Darius is a part of that, but Roach is bad with numbers. So,
Which is why I was checking to remind you all.
yes.
The Ring of Mind shielding is also quite expensive.
Is it? Okay.
Yes.
What's
Just
that?
as
on?
just a note. So they're currently listed at 50% off, and that's still 8K.
Really?
Yeah.
'Cause- Oh, I'm looking up it as an item in
I think.
whatchamacallit. What is the name of this program? Fantasy Grounds. And it says 101 to 500 GP for cost.
Yeah, I use a slightly different thing than in Fantasy Grounds numbers,
wasn't sure.
but at the same time, I am willing to just look at what it
So
does.
I'll just go with the breastplate then.
I need to just
100%
double check
sure.
what it is.
Sol will front 8,000 for the bigger shield if somebody will help do the rest.
Yeah, and it's and I know why. It's like most of the effects are very plain, but it's by the fact that it can also essentially become a
Soul coffin.
what's it called? Yes, something that could develop lichdom in your near future. No, I don't want to use that term technically, but yes, they are marked up for a good reason in terms of how I'm working out magic items. So we're going for the big shield and the breastplate, correct? Is that the idea?
Yeah.
So that would be 2,300 gold pieces. No, 23,000 gold pieces, sorry.
Sol confront 8 to 10,000. But there's no discount for...
That's with the discount.
I thought you said the shield was 13,000. How do we jump
Yeah.
up to 20,000?
Oh, sorry.
13,000 plus 2,000?
So no, that's my bad.
Yeah, minus the ring. Minus the ring.
Yeah, sorry, the ring was still in there.
The breastplate was 2,100. I thought you said
Yes, it was 2,100. So it's
Okay.
16,000 gold pieces.
total.
Sorry. Yes. The ring was still on my calculator and it hadn't removed itself.
Yeah, I could definitely put. I'll personally pay for my breastplate and at its full cost. So whatever that ends up taking off.
I think
You know,
that's still
we're
wait,
at,
those maths still isn't working out. Hold on, let me just.
we're at break time anyways, Mitch. Why don't we go and take our break?
Yeah, we'll take our midpoint break here. We'll work out the math and get my break. So 14,000 gold pieces is what we go. Ha. Right. Anyway, we're going to go ahead and take our midpoint break here. So catch us in 10 minutes time where we'll be back with the other half of this. Oh, good day. I'm Martin Sanderson, and I'm the CEO of Avari Military Solutions. We here at Avari know that it doesn't take much to cause problems out on the frontier, whether that be from local pirate raids, neighboring interstellar powers, or even just an unhappy populace with unreasonable demands. Just what is a small to mid-sized regional power to do when faced with these problems? You look to Avari for your solutions. With open-ended contracts, well-trained personnel, state-of-the-art aerospace forces, and competitive rates, we stand ready to help find the right solution to your problem. So if you have a problem, why not call Avari for your solution? Our operators are waiting to take your call, and consultations are free of charge.
Avari Military Solutions, a solution for your problem.
Avari Military Solutions is not licensed to operate within the Kark and Dre Baronies, the Andes Corps, or any Class A combat zones. AMS is a subsidiary of Omni Radiance Holdings, a family company.
When is a story more than a story? When a tale is more than words on paper? When is an ad more than the script it's written on? In the darkest and deepest annals of our own history, worlds of wonder and splendor burst through like a blister made of hope. From the brain that's rattled and riddled with madness, a radiant pustule. Writing, art, that's storytelling. That is the true lust of life. You too can beautifully indulge in art. Like fans of the greats. Shakespeare, King, Tolkien, Seuss, Mercer. You too can indulge through Twitch Prime. Get extended access to a wealth of knowledge with a simple click, an emotion so small that it could endlessly amount to possibilities. Embrace those feelings. Support art. Support the component cast.
Though much is taken, much abides. And though we are not that strength which in old days moved earth and heaven, that which we are, we are. One equal temper of heroic hearts, made weak by time and fate, but strong in will, to strive, to seek, to find, and not to yield.
If we take this job, someone is going to get hurt. Not me, of course. I'm an effing delight. You do what you do, I'll do what I do. I'll keep the red stuff inside of you.
Buddy, we live in Night City. Just breathing can get you killed.
This sort of job? Bullets flying, people dying, gangers riding, corpos trying. Trying to take what they don't already own. Doesn't matter. For us, just another day at the office.
When the world seems bleak, you follow your heart. Take that stage without hesitation and give it everything you've got.
There's a lot more to this city than you'd think. You just gotta dive beneath the surface. People like me, we dive into the depths.
So we're back with a little bit more shopping. I promise we'll get onto these other things in a minute, but a question came up. So, they have rings of protection, main ring of standard ring of protection, which is just
+1 AC and saves.
Yep. I'm just getting the full range up. Sorry.
Cost range.
So a ring of protection, which is the one that's in the you have a copy of in the party sheet. That is in this store. They're a flat 1,000.
Mm-hmm.
A +2 is available for 3,200.
Sold. I'm buying it.
And I'll get a. I guess I'll just take the one on the party sheet then. If
okay,
you're gonna take that.
If that's the case, then I'll do the breastplate and a +1.
You're also buying a ring of protection.
Yeah, there'll be 31.
Well, if you're buying it with the +2, if it's all going together, it will only cost you 5.8 instead of a total of 6,300. So if you spread the cost, you get a discount of 500 gold pieces.
So that'd be, so that would be. How would we split that cost between me and Valmir? That's the math I'm trying to figure out. We can figure that out later, though. If
you guys
so
can work
we're doing the Mithril breastplate +1, a ring of protection +1, and a ring of protection +2.
Okay, cool, done. Right, just because I think it'll be quicker. Zedaar.
Yes.
What were you doing?
I'm searching the mall for like the sketchy places that criminals might hang out at. I don't know, maybe out back behind the dumpsters where the workers go to like smoke cigarettes or something like that. Cool. And I'd like to walk around and say in Thieves' Cant, ayo, daddy-o, I'm on the lookout. I'm trying to drop a dime. I need, a piece to, glom back to a dragon.
Okay.
Which means I'm looking for a sending stone, please. I need to be able to communicate back with another dragon. Or a snapstone, not a sending stone.
Okay. You get pulled aside by an individual who kind of drags you into a cafe. Like there's like a street cart selling coffee. And there's like not deck chairs, like garden tables is the easiest way to put it. Out the front of it, and it's kind of thing. It's like there's a table where there's a couple of Dragonborn smoking, and a kobold is actually the one that pulls you by the leg. And it kind of just gives you the come here.
I go over and I kind of like lean in, down to be able to be like in quiet talk distance.
You're looking for off-the-network devices?
Yes, I need to contact someone without it being traced. It's a one-time contact.
Speak to Lazul. He's the one with the cappuccino.
Oh, excellent. Quick question. You don't happen to know the Night Pilgrims or any association thereof?
No.
That's totally cool. I'm kind of a big deal with them. No big deal. It's fine. I will go speak to Razul.
Azul.
Azul.
Mm-hmm.
Very rude.
Question.
Yes.
Do you have any spoons?
I don't have a spoon per se, but I do have a muzzle. Would you like it?
No, I only collect spoons. I saw you were from out of town and I was hoping you maybe had a spoon from far away.
I don't actually carry cutlery on me normally, but I'm
Who
sorry.
doesn't carry their cutlery? Do you expect restaurants?
One in your adventurers pack.
Do you not expect? Do you expect restaurants to provide cutlery? How
I have an
unsanitary!
adventuring spork. I have a spork. It is a spoon and a fork. It is used for
Fork is
camping.
the most sacred of cutlery.
I will bend down on one knee and present it to him like I'm giving him like a knighthood, but it's my fork.
How much is this going to cost me?
Just the information and maybe a good word in with your buddy Azul.
Oh, he takes it and he just runs over and just whispers in it. This Dragonborn just looks over and goes.
I saunter over.
And they start beginning to. When you saunter over, they speak to you in Thieves' Cant. Basically say, "So, how many snapstones are you looking to purchase? It might take me a while, but I can get you a certain amount by the end of the day."
I just need one, please.
Just one. You know
I mean, I'll take 3 if that's possible, but 1 is all I require, baseline.
I can get you 3 for about 400 a pop.
Not a problem. And I'm gonna very stealthily, give him the 1,200 gold, like palm it off. Can I insight check him first though before I just pay for this up front?
Sure.
I've been burned before, you know what I mean? Well, I got a 12. I'm gonna trust him. He seems very trustworthy.
He does go. I'll give you 1 now, but it'll take me till the end of the day to get the other 2. Come back here tonight, just before the shops close.
Okay, excellent. And would you like another cappuccino?
Yes.
Okay.
Cat Puccino.
I'm gonna buy 3 cappuccinos. How much will that run me? I'll give 1 to Azul, and then I'm gonna bring 1 back for Zip.
They're like a silver a piece.
Okay, I'll just pay 1 gold and tip the barista.
Oh, the barista's like. Wait. The barista, another kobold. Replies to you just as. Thank you, yeah.
I don't speak Draconic, but judging by body language, I assume that was very grateful.
You think it was Draconic, maybe.
All right, I'm gonna go and just scurry back to the party in the shop, let them know I've secured a sending stone, and then I'm gonna go try to find the dudes in the library to give back my cappuccino, and I'm done, thank you.
Sure. In the meantime, let us head over to the research party. So
The research party was only Breton. I'm not there.
Oh,
I thought you went.
I went somewhere else. Breton expressly said he wanted to go on his own.
Yeah, he said he was going to do some research. And truth, what he meant by research is he's basically making his way towards just any of the local parks, just a nice area, quiet.
Okay.
And he's going to make his way up just to a tree. He's going to unhook both of his blades from his belt, including his sheaths. And he's going to set them in a cross before him. He is going to kneel down like a knight before an altar, and he is going to start to pray.
Okay.
And he is basically just going to say, Chevalier Argent, noblest of the knights that has set forth the guide that we all follow today, I find myself in a trialsome time. The potential lies here to vanquish a great evil from the face of Elendor. I come here seeking your might, your guidance, your wisdom, and the truth that will set me through this task.
Okay. Are you casting anything, or are you just doing a religion check?
He's not casting anything. He's just basically looking for a little bit of resolve from his faith.
Okay. Give me a religion check.
Sure. $24.
You get a... There's a silvered light from the sun here, where you're so high up. It kind of catches the blades and washes over you. But the sunlight feels cold to you. and a powerful feeling of warning kind of fills you.
Well, if I thought it wasn't going to be dangerous, I wouldn't have prayed. I suppose that's all he's really going for then. He will hook up and he will, after a moment, probably start hunting down the party again to regroup.
Okay. Zep, where were you going then?
I said I was going shopping for enchanting materials, but actually Zep's going to the Temple of Bahamut.
Okay.
Everybody's lying so they can go pray.
Zep, you head to the Grand Temple.
Searching out specifically Septon Queso.
Sure.
I thought he was looking up queso dip.
It doesn't take you too long to find the Septon.
I was recently granted an audience with a very powerful individual who had a close connection to Bahamut. And I'm going to kind of look around and kind of usher the Septon into a more private place. I was given this, and at this point Zep's like made a wire and made the amulet so it hangs around his neck. I have an idea of what it does, but I do not know precisely. Could you explain more about what this is?
He takes the symbol and holds it and thinks for a moment. You see his eyes closed. He mumbles a prayer. I believe this amulet has been harmonized with powerful artifacts. It doesn't do anything other than it listens. And I guess reacts to the music that makes the world, but specifically to certain notes.
Those notes are interesting to behold indeed. So my real mechanical question is, does this require attunement?
No, it does not.
Yes. Okay. Thank you for this. I believe that certain higher powers are watching over us in what we are trying to do.
I believe so as well. Is there anything else I can help you with?
Yes. I have 1,000 gold here, which I would like to donate to the Temple of Bahamut. I would have made it in platinum if I could, but this is what we were given. To see that the right things are done for the right people.
He accepts the god. Thank you for your donation. I will keep you personally in my prayers. Your task ahead of you, from what I have gathered thus far, is a great one. And I hope the Justice Maker's guidance helps you succeed for all of our sakes.
He has guided us well in the past. Thank you for your thoughts.
And prayers.
And prayers.
You know, should I
That book.
find any more information on what you were seeking in the meeting, I will be sure to contact you.
I appreciate that. My friend Zedaar was able to speak to others at great distance. I would imagine you have the same abilities.
I do.
Well, I will not keep you. Thank you for your time and for your insights.
Okay. So, if nobody else has anything else to do, I will say you can all meet up. And
do we buy the shield or not? Or no?
I think the consensus was no, because people bought other things. There was a couple of rings of protection bought, and
Soul's
the
gonna buy the
breastplate.
basic variant of it then.
Okay.
Does that drive down the total cost anymore? Because it was originally a 500 discount.
Yeah, it'll be a further 200 from the max price, so it's a further 6. So it's basically Soul is paying 6,000 instead of 6,200.
Okay. Yeah. Well, me and Valmir figured out the split earlier. So.
And Darius was in there as well, wasn't they? Oh no, because you
Darius wanted anything.
Because he took the one from the party because there was the +2 and a +1 bought. Yeah.
Yep.
And then Soul's gonna go look for Breton.
I think we should probably all the people who aren't doing that probably should go into the potions thing and then just see if there's anything in there, and then go and see the dragon descendants, see if anyone wants to come with us.
I'm just carrying 2 very hot cappuccinos in the little cardboard sleeve, looking for Zep until I can find him and hand him his cappuccino.
Okay. Yeah. It's actually like a little cloth sleeve. Dragons do not have cardboard.
Yes, it's very bad for the planet.
Both be okay. Cardboard's not that bad.
Thank you for this, Sarash. It is what I needed. A little pick-me-up.
Okay, who's going to the potion store?
Me.
I think that was just gonna be me and Valmir.
Okay.
Unless because Soul was going off to find Breton and Darius. Were you coming along with us? To do the last little bit of potion shopping?
No.
I don't think this one needs to take very long. I'm just looking for a potion to boost wisdom.
Yeah, I wasn't really looking for anything specific, so.
Okay.
The temporary boost to avoid permanent death.
Breton was looking to rejoin with the party, so it may have been simple to just say that he joins back up with Soul and the others, and they all go to the potion store.
Okay. Let me look at potions.
Soul will give Breton the shield.
Okay.
What is this?
An animated shield. Both Sebastian will protect you while you use both hands for your weapons.
For some reason, it's just like a cartoon shield for some reason. Like a Looney Tunes thing.
Yes. The serial number says Acme on it.
It just bounces around jauntily during combat.
Well, hi there! Ha
Yep.
It looks like you're trying to defend yourself. Would you like some help with that? I picture it like Clippy.
On.
It's the companion to the gun from Cyberpunk 2077.
Right, and he'll look at it because it doesn't look anything like a shield. He didn't see it displayed, so he's just, oh, okay.
I've just fucking. I've just had a great fucking character thing.
It's a great cursed item, by the way.
Yeah, no,
I've slip into their campaign. You get an animated shield. And the first time they use it, it's clippy.
It's that clippy. It's like, hey, my name's Warren. Hit me, please, hit me.
Oh yeah.
Kill me, my life's pain.
No, I live in service. Please hit me.
So anyway.
Anyway.
Okay, so potion store. There's got loads of potions of
Write that down.
Healing. There's a lot of poisons as well. But let me check if there is something that does wisdom specifically.
Do they have any potions of heroism?
I think I'm looking for a potion of Owl's Wisdom.
Yeah.
In my mind, the shop is like one of those old-timey soda fountains where it just puts out like the base potion, and then like they actually have to add the different syrup to make it like the potion that you want.
They do have potions of heroism.
How much do those cost?
They're 180 each.
180 each, you said?
Yep.
I will buy multiple of those. I'm gonna buy 3 of those just to start if they're gonna give us a discount, just as a note.
They don't have. This guy doesn't have discounts. This is an older lady, human, with like, sort of scraggly-ish hair, like scraggly curly hair, kind of wearing ornate-ish green robes that's like it's kind of toga-like, but it goes across the body, and then she's got like a brown apron on those, and she seems to be the potions expert here. Yep, she has 5 potions of heroism, of the blue bubbling potion, available if anyone is interested.
You're tempting me to buy all 5 of them, Midge, because I love potions of heroism. They're my favorite potion.
I mean,
if you don't buy them all, I'll buy one.
Breton needs his juice.
I'm gonna buy whatever you don't.
Okay, no, I'll buy the 3. I'm not gonna be selfish with those.
I'll buy 2.
Okay.
You say they're 120 each?
No, 180.
180.
180, okay. And then a potion of Owl Wisdom if there is one.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Doesn't sound very vegan. Potion made out of owls.
Valmir is the.
Yep, just ground powdered owl.
It's the owl's brain.
Oh,
it's wisdom.
Or no, it's the owl. It's owl pellets.
Yes,
the ones
that's
that
what I was just about to say.
Yeah.
That's where all the wisdom lies.
Yeah.
The wisdom not to digest the bones.
Mm-hmm.
It's like ambergris. It's so valuable.
God, I wish there was a quick reference. Yeah. There probably is. Hold on, in the appendix.
Well, while we wait
Yes.
for
they have one
shopkeeper.
available for 800 gold. Sorry, bad timing.
No, I was just gonna try and bring something in. Breton, did you enjoy your walk?
It wasn't as eye-opening as I was hoping it would be, but it served the purpose.
Well, if you would like to make a venture back, anyway, I'd be willing to go along with you. I was quite interested in some of the books that individual might have had. And hopefully, if we are kind enough, they'll let us back in. But we can do that another time.
Well, if we want to try and put on the cleanest face we can, I wouldn't be against apologizing for how things went.
Yes.
We gave off the wrong impression. That wasn't what we meant to do.
I was thinking give them maybe 24 hours to cool down and forget our faces for a little bit.
I feel like the longer you wait, the more disingenuous you seem.
Fair point.
It's a retail worker. They've forgotten you already.
No, to be fair, they own this store. This is a mom and pop shop that you've wronged. They don't forget. They remember forever.
They have your picture on the wall.
Yeah.
Do that, sir. It's adventuring party.
It's like a rural bar. You can just never go back.
Mm-hmm.
So, Midge.
Yes.
While this is all going on, Darius has gone on his own because I did some calculations. By that I mean I actually went back and listened to the episodes. I was given 48 hours to go and tell that ambassador. It's either over that or I have passed it by 12 hours. So I just rolled a check to see if I could find the office quick in a blind just stress inducing. I didn't I didn't roll above a 3, so
he did give you the address.
Yeah, no, I encountered that. That's why I rolled twice.
Sure. Okay.
So Darius is just spending the next like 2 or 3 hours just trying to find this person's office frantically. Frantically, he's made a decision now and he can't. So
do you speak Draconic?
No, yeah, Darius speaks Draconic.
Oh, that's even worse.
Yeah,
he's got the kobold accent.
That's probably what's happening. It's just
that's the great thing about kobold is that both Draconic speakers can understand it, and so can common speakers.
Yep. So that's where Darius is during this entire time after he buys that, or if he doesn't buy anything, he just takes the ring of protection from the bag.
Sure.
Takes the ring and then just takes off.
Okay.
I gotta go.
Yep.
Are you just like too proud to ask for directions? So like you have the address and you know how to speak the language, but you're like, I'll just find it myself. And then
no, I think it's more so that Darius is so stressed by this entire situation because not only is this going on, but he's also had a big revelation about his family and his sister and everything like that. Met a dragon. Like gonna go fight a demon at some point. There's a lot going on. So I just think he's forgotten the man's name.
Roll me a Constitution saving throw to just see if you stave off this aneurysm that you're about to have.
Okay, cool. Hey, the ring of protection. Maybe +1 to that. That's a natural 1 though.
No. Eventually you do find the ambassador's residence. Embassy is always open.
Just want the door to be locked.
There is a guard though. There is a guard who looks Rhiannian as well. They're like in Rhiannian Huskal armor.
Yeah, so Brandon Darius is just like looking at this guy. Is this the embassy? Is this the embassy for the
You seeking asylum?
Embassy? No, I need to talk with the ambassador.
Right, do you have an appointment?
No.
Right, you realize it's 7 o'clock, right?
Hold on.
He's eating right now.
Gonna get arrested. Darius goes up to the guy, grabs him by his shirt, and just.
Oh, easy, pal, easy.
Just goes, I need to speak with him. This is important.
Right, I
Right.
can see that. Sure. You know what? Go up to the door. You're a homelander. It's probably not as. Just don't make me come in there, please.
I won't.
Just
Darius goes in the door.
knock the door. Ask for Mildred. She'll take you to the boss.
Do so. Wait, I was gonna. Never mind. He wouldn't think of that. I was gonna say, is there any other individuals that look kind of like me? But go in through the door. Ask for Mildred.
Yeah.
I need to
Careful,
speak with
she's
the
a man-eater.
ambassador. Yeah.
Hey, you're here to see the. Sure, he's having his soup right now. I can see it. Can't wait, can it?
No, it can't, ma'am.
Is Claudia with you?
No.
So you left her with Zaraj. Okay.
I think I left her with Zaraj.
Oh, but Zaraj went missing, so we'll find out what Claudia does. Okay. Sure. This frail sort of 70-year-old woman takes you up the stairs into a dining room where you see the familiar blondish ambassador eating soup.
It's that situation where there's a slow walker and there's just Philip. And you just,
It's like where you're doing circles behind the NPC because just trying to get them to hurry up. Because your walking pace is faster than theirs.
Walking pace is too fast, and this, yeah.
Yep, sure. You,
kind of. Hello. We've met. You've talked to me about.
Right. Yeah. Renard, right?
Yes. Sorry. Lots of things have happened. Timeline. Are we still within that, or has that already passed?
Well, the paperwork's written and it's been sent for processing, but processing won't happen till the beginning of next week, so I could recall something if you've had a change of mind, but we are past the time frame I gave you. Yes.
All right. Yes, I would like you to deal with that. Stop it.
You want them? Okay. Wait, I will send for a counter order and have that sorted in the morrow for you.
All that energy goes away. All right. Good. That's good.
I have some reports from the war, if you're interested.
Oh, yes, actually, yes.
Well, it seems we're on the back foot a little bit.
Do you just have the dispatches? I'll just read them as I walk back to my cabin.
Sure, I mean, actually has them here. I was
Thank
reading
you.
them over supper. It's not good news, all of it.
I will absorb this information.
Sure. Okay, and you can walk back.
Yep. Essentially, all after a frantic multiple hours of searching, Marius is now walking back, coming down from the adrenaline
The
high.
information you get is for the first time ever in 500, 600 years, the Elandrin armies have pushed over the Noxodonis, the Cullis marshlands mostly, like the main battleground area where the two big walls and the major defenses are, and they're actually currently besieging Castle Cullis.
Right.
And raiding parties have been seen within Rhiannon territories, all the way up to. Forgive me, I need to quickly get my map up.
Huh?
all the way up to Trexford, and with rumours that some have even been seen all the way at Colchester.
Okay. Is there any specifics about units, casualties, dispatches, mentions?
Casualty reports are a mixed bag. There's a big list of nobles that have been presumed dead, but not
anybody I recognize.
Give me a quick history check.
Not my day. 17.
Yeah, one of the essentially cousins of the current king seems to have fallen. A load of other minor nobles. There's also, actually, in terms of the nobility list of losses, seems to be quite a few Nadathelian names, more so than Rhiannian names. But that's also because there are more nobles from Nadathel than there are of the Rhiann.
Right. That's not good.
Numbers are into the thousands as well in losses. And the northern navies are also starting to be put on the back foot. A lot of the Rhiannian navy and the as well as any seaborne fleets are remaining close to the shores or docked. The only thing that's stopping the Eladrin from having total control even in the north is a sky fleet from Legrang's land, which is doing a lot of damage to Eladrin ships.
Okay. Right. Yep. There's just reading that kind of mindlessly as walking back to the ship.
Sure. Okay. James and Breton, you were heading back to the bookstore?
I suppose we are. Breton and Soul had the conversation, and he'll say, I suppose we'll talk about this later. We do want to try and make friends with this. I don't know if we're going to be able to afford anything, but at the very least, it's worth a shot. And the two of them will make their way back.
Okay. Sure. You return to the familiar wood-fronted store. The shopkeeper, you see, is at the front door, locking it.
Wow, he sees us coming up, and he's like, nope, not letting
No,
this happen.
he's outside, like he's just closing up for the evening.
Okay.
No, he's not doing that. But you couldn't go up to them.
Excuse me, sir. I was hoping you might have a moment to speak with us.
Yes. How can I help?
Well, my friend and I here, we just wanted to come and formally apologize for what happened in the store earlier today. Tensions have been a bit high. Our group is preparing for some extremely dangerous adventures, and it just seems that some of us are a little more worried for the well-being of our party. It was not a slight against your soul, I assure you.
Make a persuasion check. At advantage.
Sure. Technically speaking, Breton's not bad at this. Click advantage when we do this. Aha! That's a 20.
Apology accepted.
I'm sorry if we are too late coming back. You're closing up for the evening, or?
Yes, but I will... The nature of what you speak about sounds important, so I can do 10 minutes.
Brent's gonna look at James and be like, I'm going to feel really bad if we do look around and everything's too expensive for us to buy.
I agree. Do you want to just give this man his evening and let him know that we'll be back to peruse?
That sounds like the best. No, that's not necessary. We just wanted to come to apologize. You don't need to open the store. We'll be back another day, but this is unnecessary.
Very well. Shuts the door again.
We do really appreciate your promptness in providing service to us, though.
He nods. Whatever it is you have ahead of you, may it be dealt with swiftly. Good night.
Good evening.
He's going to come up with He's going to say, we're going to kill a demon. Or devil. Technically, I'm speaking, I'm not even sure which it is. Valmir is painfully unaware. This creature could be either or.
I'm fairly certain. Actually, I think we know it's a devil.
Yes. I think you know it's a devil.
Regroup and have that conversation, sure. Devils.
Yes, you all could have regrouped if you wanted to.
We'll say before he has this conversation with Jace, they'll regroup. He's not trying to keep this secret from everybody. This is going to be dangerous. It's going to be very dangerous. And obviously, those goes without speaking. This is a very powerful being. But back when I was still getting used to the polity, and I was speaking with Soul about the things she was reading in Ruby's journal, the warning that Bahamut gave to him before the event that transpired on the Earth Moat. I've gotten a similar warning about how dangerous this endeavor might be. That might be that I'm not personally experienced with what happened there, so I don't know, but that level of danger might be what we're expecting going into this. Just as a warning to all of us.
There are only so many opportunities in which we will have to go out into this world and make it better. To strike down the real evils that lurk. This is one of those chances.
I wasn't advising us to run away. I was just telling us this is what to expect. This is not a situation where I feel that any of us should. What is the word? This is the situation where we go in everything prepared.
I was not saying that we should run away, Breton. The opposite, in fact.
Well, we know that he is known as Arakaz Rosecove. He is, from what we've gathered, one of the main generals, I guess, of Asmodeus. I don't think anyone was expecting an easy time of it.
Just...
And speaking of... Sorry.
Valmir almost jumped off the ship, trying to rescue Gourd. We owe him at least that much faith. To help him.
In some ways, Valmir has actually been a bit of a moral compass for this group. I know that some of you may not always agree with this, but he has not led me astray. That is a trust he has earned.
Valmir turns a little bit
purple-ish?
Morty purple. I
Deeper
turn
purple?
a little bit burgundy.
If we follow the path of righteousness to kill evil, we cannot fail.
Well, I'm glad to see it hasn't shaken anybody's resolve.
Also, I have
we're
a
all gonna
sending
die.
stone. I don't know who I should give this one to. I have to go pick up the other two later from the cappuccino man.
I would have
but-
said that you probably could have gotten all three, by the way, at
Okay,
this time.
I have all three. So what I was thinking of doing was giving one to Zep, one to Valmir, and then the third one to either Breton or Darius.
Are these sending stones like the one?
They're snap stones, actually.
Oh, sick as fuck. Just like me.
But Valmir, you should not use yours unless you are captured. Do not use yours to contact Aureus. This is you should put this in a hidden pocket somewhere that is for emergency.
Got it.
Also, do we have another spork? I seem to have given mine away.
I'm sure I've got
Spork?
something in my pack from my adventurers thing.
Thank
I
you.
thought Ruby banned sporks on the ship.
She died. The rule.
It's immediate.
With
Almost
Ruby gone and
instantaneous.
Soul, I start filing the all of our spoons down into sporks.
No, it's even worse. With Soul there, you're all required to use proper utensils. You're gonna have a salad fork and a regular fork and a dessert spoon and a real spoon. There's gonna be butter knives and steak knives.
Fish knife.
Oh yeah, no, it's even worse now.
Oh God.
You're not locked in here with me.
But yes,
we're going
so
to kill a devil, and there's one already on the ship.
Breton or Darius, who would like this other snapstone more?
In most instances, I can't think of a need for that. I'm going to be separated from the majority of the party. You and Darius seem to be working pretty well together, but you also seem to have moments where you go off on your own. You keeping one yourself seems like it's not a bad idea.
I was going to say, and Zep will actually slide his back across the table. You should keep this one. It was your initiative that got them. It is your
I just
judgment.
don't
You should
have
leave
any
first.
other friends besides you guys, so I don't really know who I would call. Except maybe Zedaar. I kind of miss Zedaar. I feel like he would be very helpful to fight demons.
Which is mostly my point, that the only people I would potentially contact with this would be the King of Oth. I don't have a lot of individuals I would want to make personal contact with.
Okay,
I can already speak to the two that I would speak to.
I can take one, I suppose.
Okay, me, Darius, Valmir, I'll have a snapstone.
I could contact Mom, ask her if she's got Gourd, and also tell her I'm gonna go kill Dad.
No, I want you to save yours in the event that you are captured and you need to contact us and say, hello, I'm in a dungeon being tortured, please rescue me.
Makes sense.
That's if they don't take it from him first.
Well, put it in a very hidden pocket.
Depending on how your mother responds to that, if we're going to be in the underdog, she might be the closest thing that is an ally to us at the time.
Speaking of allies, we should probably at some point go to the Gold Dragon's estate.
Yes, to meet with the warriors that potentially might want to go with us.
Oh, I also I got these. I just hand the dispatches of the war. There's things going on in the Rhiannian Empire on the front, and it's not good. Just updating you all about that.
Have
You
you
okay?
about how your family is dealing with it?
I don't know.
Breton does seem interested in looking those over.
Zep too.
And Valmir.
Yeah, like Breton has to take a knee and hold it in front of him so Zep can look over and Valmir can look down.
Look, you're taking a knee. We're not looking down, mate. It's straight up eye level still.
Zep will just come and sit on your shoulder.
Yeah.
Zep has to climb up on his shoulder and look over.
Like Papa reading a bedtime story.
Yeah, that's what it looks like, yeah.
Zep standing on your knee and still looking up.
He's used to sitting on Braun's shoulder. I'm sure that yours is about the same size.
Darius, have you spoken to Claudia about what is going on with your family?
No, where is she? I thought she was with
Oh, it's my turn to watch her.
When I'm not here, yes, you have responsibilities.
I mean, it seemed like you both just took off in that shop. You were both just nowhere to be found after we were discussing the
I had
options.
to immediately take care of.
We needed the snapstone. Claudia. Oh no, do I have to go look for her? I have an idea of where she would have went.
If only you had something that could be used to communicate with her.
Oh,
I'm not wasting. This is 400 gold. I mean, geez, Louise. She, I can track her.
Right, just wait, hand. I'm sorry, that was an attempt at a joke. I realize my humor doesn't come through very well.
Oh no, that was very funny, Breton. Haha, good job. Keep it up. And I try to pat you on the shoulder. I want to be very encouraging about your humor. Sorry,
okay.
Zeb. Can I attempt to track down Claudia?
I will assist.
Sure. Give me an investigation, Kate.
The whole time, she's just stealthing.
It's in my cloak.
Got a 14.
Doesn't take you long. She's in our room reading.
Oh.
Large roll well challenge impossible.
I can't roll good at all. This is a Reynard moment. I will see myself out, but you two should talk.
I don't need
go see the gold dragons.
All right.
Did you want something, Darius, or?
No, I was just wanting to make sure you were all right and that everything's going well and you're settling in all right. Wait, you've been here for months. You've settled in.
I mean, when Zedaar snuck out of the store and you ran off sweating profusely, I got myself a bagel and came back.
Great. It's
there.
good.
Are you worrying about something?
There's a lot I worry about at any given moment. No, I just got these. You should probably read them. It's somewhat, it'll update you on things. They'll explain things and be much more coherent and better, probably, at conveying the information than I will. It's good, and if you have any questions, I have no other answers. That's all I got.
Okay, Darius. Talk to me when you're ready.
I don't know what you're talking about. We're gonna go visit a gold dragon estate.
Oh, that sounds fun. Can I come?
I'm your guardian, and I guess we are coming back. Or I guess we're not going immediately to hell or the Underdark or wherever we're going.
Sorry, you're going to hell? The Nine Hells?
Not to hell. No, I don't think so. It's the Underdark. It's like, it's adjacent.
That sounds rather offensive, but okay. That also sounds fun.
Yeah.
Don't tell Almira said that. Sure. This is bad.
Oh, brilliant. Okay, I'll pack things.
It's good.
Do you think it's cold down there?
I have absolutely no idea.
Okay, I'll pack for both.
It's good. That's good.
She starts packing an adventurer's bag.
Great. Darius leaves.
Okay. So, are you all heading to the estate?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, you make your way across the city. Not too far from where you are. It's kind of, you're on the easterly side in a play park, and they're off of their estate is off of a park towards the west side of the main square, sort of thing.
And when you say a play park, you mean like one like for children, like a playground with like slides and swings?
No, more. I mean, they do have a play park within it, yes, but it's.
This is more like Shakespeare in the Park kind of thing.
It's
like
kind of mixed. It's kind of two of
Is
them
there
do
a
have
pond?
open amphitheaters. One has a pond. It's
More picture style.
think national park, but not big. Park as in
Like Central Park, like small
yes,
city park.
it's city park. Yeah. I was just trying to think. Are like recreational parks a thing in the US? How do I explain this?
No, we've never had fun. We're
No, they're all factories. It's all factories
And
for
McDonald's.
weapons of mass destruction.
And McDonald's.
The national park
And
in
McDonald's,
the
yes.
city where I used to live literally had like 12-foot tall paper mache statues of dinosaurs. So I guess that kind of works.
Sounds cool.
That does actually sound, kind of cool.
Yeah, it was. I love that place.
Here where I live, we just have a replica of the Parthenon.
The only
Honestly, as a real fucking Grecophile, I'd love that.
No, it's an actual thing. We have a replica Parthenon where I live.
We just have trees and graffiti. That's,
Statue of Athena and everything.
I love that.
Just really dope.
We just have trees and benches that have little bars in the middle of them so people can't
Wait, you said you
lay
used
down.
to have trees? What happened to them?
I got used. Okay, so you head to the Nectardia estate. It's a very palatial looking building. It's got like a surrounding wall. There's posted guards. And it is a mansion. It's not like a wall as in like it's like that high. It's very like formal boundary rather than protection. So Zet, yes, this is a protective wall around a city. But yes. And you walk up to it and the gate is open. But there are two gold dragonborn guards.
I bow to them.
Hello.
Hello. What is your business?
We are
So
here on the
awkward.
invitation of Procopius. We have this piece of paper. And of your elder as well, I believe.
The family is expecting you. Please head up the driveway and... Oh, sorry. The carriageway.
I was going to say driveway. You also have powered carts here.
The thoroughfare. And you will be... look for the master of house. He will take you to the family.
Thank you.
Right. Wasn't ominously spoken at all.
We'll do that.
Okay, you head up. And again, it's like going to a mansion. Like it's very there's like topiary trees like all the way up this carriageway. Kind of opulent, honestly. Like in between, like so it's like tree, marble statue of like various religious iconography, and you look out into like the gardens, and there's like immaculate water features and like little shrines surrounded by plants and flora. There's quite a lot of bird song here as well. And also as you walk into the grounds, you also see like kind of that little haze, similar to the haze you came across inside the mountain also like permeate the ground a little bit, kind of like, but it's also kind of warming. So like this garden feels slightly warmer than the rest of the city.
So the lizard people have heat lamps.
I don't know if you can say lizard people.
That's a very different race.
It's a very... And I think we've established they're not cold-blooded.
Scaled folk, I think is the politically correct term.
Okay. But you eventually get to the top of the carriageway, and there is another gold dragonborn. Older looking though. The scales are like starting to fade. And they also have a scar that kind of goes like straight down the nose. Like they were hit by, it's probably an axe blade straight into the center of their like maw. Snout is very mammalian, I think, in but yes. And they look at you.
I bow.
So
deeply.
you must be the adventurers that we're expecting to have dinner with, or meet with the masters.
I was not aware that it was to be a meal as well, but it would be welcome.
At this time of day, I was expecting meal, but if it is not a meal, I will also, I will try to get the attention of the household.
If not, I can prepare something.
Meals are always prepared. Come inside.
Okay.
For my reference here, because Dragonborn, the average of their heights are actually quite taller than normal people.
Oh yeah.
How high are the doorways here, and how badly is Breton having to accommodate
Not
himself
at
in
all.
these places?
Not at all.
Okay.
Like this, so a lot of the doorways, except for like individual shops and stuff, the individual shops are still heighted at like an 8-foot average door. But like most like the big houses or temples or whatever are fit for a dragon in dragon form.
Cool. That works. This is probably the most comfortable Breton's ever been.
Yeah, all of Breton's back pain has been sorted out in the few days that he's been here. Like there's no more hunching. The ship looks super uncomfortable to you compared to the rest of this city.
And Breton loves the cold, so like this place is actually very accommodating to him. It's, you know what? It's even if he's not, even if Zedaar's not here, my character, this is his homeland at the core level.
Yes. You're shown into this mansion, and you're in a very ornate room. It's kind of a roundel shape, like almost ovular, like oval, and there's pillars around it with again more statues. These statues are made of gold and seem to be of like the busts of heads of golden dragons. And they have nameplates beneath them.
Actually outdone father. Scale reminds me of it, but the opulence is a little higher.
You said scale.
Hmm?
Wow, this is rather pretty. Eventually, a familiar individual, but a non-familiar individual. They were in a different form when you last saw them, appears. But as soon as she speaks up, the voice is familiar. The Skyfire Adventuring Company. We've already met, but just to reintroduce myself in this presentation of myself. Orientalius Caster. I am the head of house here. Well, I'm the head of my house currently. My ancestor and my nephew speak highly of you, and that you are facing a great task.
You are aware of what we are to face then?
Somewhat. As few details as they could spare. Please, come, eat with me, dine with me, and inform me of what you require of my house. We take ourselves seriously as the protectors of this land, and therefore would be very open to hearing what it is you have planned and how we can help.
Well, where do we begin?
Some 25, roughly, years ago, an adventurer went passing through the place of my birth, Kensek, and laid with my mother and had me. Now, he was a drow, and I am, of course, not fully drow, and for the longest time I was of the belief that he was either in disguise or in some kind of lineage that was less than savory. It turns out that it was actually a devil in disguise. And now it turns out that he's a little bit more than that. He's known as Arakaz Ruozkov, one of the generals of Asmodeus, a devil born of this plane. And my soul is kind of owned by him. Your sire, Aureus, has stated that if we are to kill this devil, firstly, soul, no longer owned by him, which is great, but also he's given me his blessing that he will imbue me with his own blessings and power and stuff. Basically, we want to kill a devil who's kind of my dad, and your dad wants me to do it.
Not my father, but
dad's dad. You know what I mean.
Mm-hmm. And what is it you need from my family? I understand this is a great threat, but there are many in these times. Are you looking for physical aid?
We would not be, demanding people go against their will or anything. It's we're going to kill a devil, and which is obviously of great benefit to the world as a whole. But also, this is a quest, if you will, ordained by the patron of your house, the Aureus, your ancestor. So we were thinking maybe some of you might want to come along based on that.
If it's coming from Aureus, it is deemed worthy of even Bahamut's favor, so I'll go a long way with convincing some members of the household. I myself cannot leave. We have the manifestation of the election results due. Some of the younger of my house may join you, and I could also offer you some retinue, if needs be, depending on how many you are planning to venture with and how long you're gone for.
I know where we're going. The enemies to which we will have to deal with. It's awfully kind of you to offer up your men for this. People you've literally just met, really.
I would hope that it would be on a purely voluntary basis. I don't... This is going to be very difficult, a perilous journey, and I don't wish for people to be going along with us based on orders. I feel like it has to be voluntary.
Basically, if they want to join us and come to the Underdark, let them know that they're probably going to die.
Possibly. We should leave with possibly.
Let's go with probably. Let's go with probably. Then we'll get the ones that actually want to be there.
I will assemble my family, those who are in the city anyway. You will sell it to them yourselves. They're all due for dinner anyway, but you know, you can't catch the ear of at least one of the 20 gold dragons in the room. Maybe it's not that important a quest after all. Besides, I believe Procopius probably wanted to catch up with you.
I was about to say, it is not simply men and material that we would need, but also information on how best to fight a devil. If you have any insight into this, we are interested.
As well, we're going to be talking to Procopius about that. He's off researching that very thing.
Well, yes, that's where I come in, and he does enter the room with a couple of books in hand. Devils are a unique entity. Normally you have to go to the place of which they come from in order to kill them properly, but luckily for you-ish, the entity does reside from this plane, so good news, you don't have to go to the Nine Hells. Bad news is they tend to be stronger where they're from. Not to mention, if there are any... Devils come in a lot of forms, and normally take slightly after the layer of the hell that they come from. That's why some have immunities or resistance to cold rather than fire, as all the stories kind of depict them. So, as for their particular resistances, it's going to be truly difficult to say. Maybe it'll be none. Maybe it'll be an unheard of amount. What I do know is, for the most part, fire is not going to be your friend in defeating this enemy. Also, with the nature of their should we say specialization, they are the charming sort. So anything you can do to protect yourself from charms would go a long way.
It's a real shame we can't get a hold of a holy Avenger sword for you, Breton.
Breton just sort of turns ahead and looks at Soul. Yes, item that has been the subject of many crusades of the Chevalier Argent. It's on my to-do list, don't worry.
I just, feel like that would make this entire endeavor trivial. Oh well.
Other good news is anything that is particularly good against creatures of pure evil will go a long way in helping.
You have one of those handy?
I think you have one of those handy. Looking at Breton.
I was referring to a Holy Avenger sword, but yeah, I know that.
Another thing that is useful against devils is if you don't have any access to magical means, silver works well.
Yes, that was my next point. You need silvered weapons at the very least. Otherwise, you're going to do upkiss to them.
I pull out my silvered swords and I'm like these?
Like those.
Wow. I thought that would never come in handy.
If you'd like to use your bow, you might want to grab some silvered arrows as well, though.
I'll have to manufacture some ammunition myself, so...
That would be important, yes. I think the other concern is this is not just going to be devils. There's also going to be, well, individuals not unlike Valmir there. People who have been tricked, pledged, or otherwise hoodwinked into serving these beings who...
Yes, that was going to be my next point.
Has Brett apparently just given this guy speech for him? I apologize.
I was doing some more reading. Breton, I think you're familiar with the book. The one that we previously looked at.
Yes.
So, I did some more translations of the latter pages. It seems Ruruka's demons... the way that they... I said that before they draw their power from collecting the souls of those that they have sired. Well, they can do that quite literally. I think those who are being called to this meeting are going to be sacrificed. Siphoned into its power.
Well, aren't I glad I didn't just go, then?
And with Gultide being the weakest between the worlds, it would be a perfect time to do it if they're drawing their power from beyond to do so. Whilst they reside here, they still need some infernal influence. It's also a very spiritual night, and if you're controlling souls, that's one hell of a night to do it.
Nobody's controlling me.
Ha. Good play on words. I meant with the U still intact. I do think the individuals have to willingly give themselves as part of it, lest they be slain. Or slain. So either the individual has a way of slaying these beings en masse, or he's waiting for the willing sacrifice. Valmir, I take it, won't be a willing sacrifice. But if the others are...
That triggers a spark of something within Soul and Ruby. That sounds awfully familiar.
Yeah.
I think it buys into the rules of Elendor in that even a being that is technically of this plane, it's because it's being sacrificed to something outer planar, it has to be a willing bond. The creature has to be willing to bridge that gap in order to make the connection complete.
Or another creature must make it for it.
My father wanted the same thing for me.
It's the same magic. Essentially, it's part of what weaves this plane. So it wouldn't surprise me if other deities of questionable intent relied on it.
Interesting.
Was there anything in your research that spoke of what might happen to Valmir or these other beings when technically his Saya patron would be destroyed?
Well, it's difficult. Some might say it would be completely fine and it'd still retain all of the knowledge. The power itself might ebb and flow, but I am a little bit worried about a certain line.
If it's something that is difficult to translate, one of the useful powers which my father imbued upon me is that I could read everything.
It's not necessarily the words, it's the meaning. I am hesitant to say this with all certainty. But for the creature to fully be destroyed, those who hold its power must either perish or relinquish the powers they gain from it, lest it still have a binding here.
That's a tall order. We're not even sure if all the people who worship this being or attached to this being are even going to be here.
So, hopefully, I mean, I can't imagine that they would all be. Just thinking pragmatically, if he's continuing to sire new, whatever I am, it would make sense for him to continually do that, so there'd be many of all ages, and I guess the young ones probably aren't there.
Didn't Lipless say, though, that they would all be here at this meeting?
From what I can tell, they go through, select better terminology, seasons? I would say that you're of a crop. And if there is a fresh crop being planted or has been planted, it would be relatively youthful, but we can't know without more information. Hopefully, from my readings, Valmir, you are of the younger or youngest crop, so to speak. There shouldn't be any younger than you, not yet.
What is the life cycle of these crops?
Every 100 years or so.
Okay.
This seems to occur.
What is the lifespan on these types of individuals? Do they live as long as elves or dragons or humans?
Well, Rurikas were here on this plane before elves and humans and dragons.
But the offspring, like
The
Valmir?
offspring tend to keep the age of what they were sired from. So Valmir's drow heritage does him some favors.
There's another awkward question that I'm going to mention here for our consideration. There might be other individuals in this group that are like Valmir, who unwittingly or unwillingly made this deal with this being, and they too might want a way out. It might not be as simple as just killing everyone we meet.
Well, if they're willing to forgive their power, that's a good thing. A life is more than the power it holds. Convincing them that is a tall task.
Sol looks right at her hands.
Aureus had said he would take over the bestowment of power. I don't know how these soul forges work, but could we perhaps promise that to all of the potential people who may be giving up their power, or do we think that's probably not... Aureus probably does not wish to have more followers?
Aureus would be granting power to Valmir in the name of Bahamut on the grounds that apparently you individuals have somehow, by the weave of fate, been put into the task of protecting this world. A random assortment of possible cultists is probably lower on the docket.
Fair.
But if they could prove themselves to be as dutiful as Valmir has been, I'm sure there's a whole host of deities that would be up for the task of reforming a follower or two. That's the nature of some religions, correct?
The potential is there to help these people, not just have to kill them. So...
Oh, I firmly agree. They are the victims in this as much as Valmir.
Precisely because the sacrifices must be willing. If we can plant even a seed of doubt and take that will away.
As was mentioned previously, most of these individuals, they probably themselves were sired by an individual much like Valmir was. Their fate was determined before they were born.
There's also, with that in mind, if this is a ruse, draw them into a false sense of security, we might have to open our minds to what to expect in there and throw away any preconceived notions of what we're going to be looking at. Valmir's, lack better of a term, father, might not look like their true form, for example. To be more approachable.
Is there any way that we can force him to return to his true form?
If he's anything like a dragon, he won't be as powerful in his polymorph state. He would have to transform back if engaged in combat.
There are certain magics that can reveal the true form of a creature.
That is also true. Which could be a good way of convincing any assembled parties that this isn't what they should be dealing with. I've been thinking on what you've been doing a lot, and as I've been reading, I find myself coming to the attention that I might also join you. I'm not a great fighter, but I'm still a dragon. At the end of the day, and well, also there are also some books that feel very blank on knowledge about these things, which I feel could do with some jolly good archiving post facto.
On the topic of the other ones, like, is there a term for what I and the rest of us are? Is there like a term for that? Because I don't like crop, but don't really feel like a sheaf of wheat.
My father called us a key.
I would simply have said screwed.
Demonic spawn sounds a little harsh.
He's a devil.
Well, the direct translation of Rorokaz is Riftchild.
I thought he was the Ruroka. Am I the Rurokas?
It's kind of a catch-all term, I would say, for devils born of Elendor.
If we were to look at it literally, if Rurokals are the Rift children, then would you be the Riftborn?
Riftborn would work.
So,
Riftkin.
Of the rest of these Riftkin,
Daisy.
I think saving as many as possible is a noble and worthwhile thing to do. But for one, Lipless, Adagio, his name is, he must die too.
So,
Well, are
His
you...
name's Adagio. How pretentious.
He
In
was
D
a
minor.
pretentious person.
Are you saying he must die because you have a personal vendetta against him? Or are you saying he must die because you know that he cannot be salvaged?
All of the above.
Valmir, I don't believe that is with the path of righteousness. We must give him the option to redeem himself. If he denies it, then we should kill him, but it is not in line with the goodness of trying to save these creatures.
Sol just looks at Zaraj, really confused.
I think the thing we should be prepared for most at the start is, as was mentioned, this devil may not be here as a devil. It may be here trying to convince this group. We should be prepared to out-convince these Riftkin, Riftborn, whichever name you prefer, that what we are telling them is more in their best interest in this, as we mentioned, extremely charming and persuasive devil.
Mm-hmm. Well, apparently first you've got my family to convince, so shall we see to that first? You have my claws, but I fear we could do with a set or two more. So, party. You are led into the dining hall, and assembled are many individuals with very similar sort of physical features of Copious and the other of this clan that you've seen before. And they've all taken human forms, it seems, to be more approachable at this table. But you also notice that the table is sized enough that you could sit here as a dragon, probably. And, but it's all sort of like they'd be sat like on cushions rather than chairs if they did that. So there is still height for a normal chair.
I hope the acoustics in this room are good.
Oh, they are echoey. It's like being in a cathedral, honestly.
Well, otherwise, how are we going to have a normal conversation with a room that's made to fit like 20 dragons in it?
Exactly.
Thaumaturgy.
So we've gathered you all here today.
Yeah, well, if we are going to start talking about it, I will cast Thaumaturgy to raise my voice. And just imagine I'm doing a it was amazing speech, but my throat is killing me, so I can't.
It doesn't have to just be you, Velmir, that convinces, I will say. So,
I would like to bow before all the dragons, really low. Again, okay. I'm learning respect.
We know of us like Darius and I think Soul might be the most. Valmir's pretty persuasive too, but like I think Darius is actually the most persuasive person in the entire group. But Darius hates talking. But hey, at least we don't have to talk in Draconic this time. Nobody.
Will though.
So, I mean, Soul can. Soul's got a 9.
Valmir will contribute, obviously, because we don't want Lambert to have to talk if he doesn't want to. So Valmir is contributing, so we know that. Okay. Breton obviously is not an expert on the matter, but this is sort of his forte, so he's willing to talk about it, the personal aspect of it.
This is going to be a group persuasion check.
Zep has also said in chat, because he's had to rush off, he's got flashes of genius that he's going to throw out.
Okay.
I can also help, and I also have an inspiration as the person who spoke to Aureus in the dream fugue state.
Okay. But like I said, this is going to be a group DC, so anyone that is going to make a persuasion will give me your part of the argument. Valmir, I'm going to take just a roll, and it will be your explanation of the background, essentially. And divulging that kind of information, and we'll reduct that from the overall DC. Also, you gave a good
sorry, go on.
You gave a good description to the house head, and I would say that you'd essentially be repeating that anyway.
I'm also going to preemptively use one of my points of luck on it, so I'm going to do it as advantage, if that's okay.
Sure thing.
Don't forget that Ziraj also has advantage. Curse of Inspiration.
Yes, use that sessional inspiration. There's a good one.
29.
So a natural 20. Very nice. Okay. It's going a long way.
Sorry.
So
no!
Sorry, you guys are forgetting Flash of Genius.
So okay. Valmir's description comes to a total of 34.
34.
Which is
first positive 30. Let's go.
So that's round of applause for breaking the 30 cap. That does significantly lower the group chat. I will, however, anyone else other than Valmir, I will need a piece of conversation to go with your role, because depending on how well you convince me as the collective group of dragons, I might throw bonuses on that, because it's quite a high ADC, because there's going to be basically there's levels, and that will decide how much help you get.
I will address them and bow formally again. We traveled into your ancestral home, and we spoke to Aureus, your ancestor dragon, who is both full of might and awe. I offered myself and my knowledge to this creature, and I was told that what we are doing by Aureus is on the righteous path, guided by Bahamut, so that we may stop the seals of Elendor and all of the fallout from this, in order to kill or stop these devil creatures. It is a gift that Aureus themselves, has given us boons and help in order to do so. And so if it's any consolation to you, the family of this great dragon, we could use your help, as Aureus has helped us.
Make a persuasion check.
I'm gonna just preemptively use my inspiration to give it with advantage. Is that okay?
Absolutely.
Flash of genius on a 10.
So a 15. That's another
15.
Okay. Noted. Some of them
Do
kind
you
of
want to go
nod.
next, Soul?
No, go ahead if you want.
Okay. All right, we'll say, with the years of experience that I have gained studying creatures such as this, we've come to learn a few things, not also from research done recently with Procopius, who has helped me in this endeavor. The learning of the Rukas, the Rift Children, and by extension, he'll gesture over to Valmir, the Rift Born. And one thing of keynote we have learned is that this is almost in universal sense a deceptive act that the, in this case, devil performs towards the creatures that are becoming subservient to it. This is something where these beings, in this instance we believe, need to be willing to partake in the events that are being foretold. The better show of force that we can present to them dramatically increases our chances of success. If we can, we could potentially not only defeat the devil, but save the souls of those it was seeking to corrupt. And I was trying to gather my thoughts there, but I think that's just where Breton kind of cuts off.
Cool. Go ahead, make persuasion.
I don't have anything to give myself an advantage, so it's just a roll. That's a 21.
21. Okay. Good looking out. You're seeing a couple of nods from individuals around the table.
I guess if everybody's just throwing Flash of Genius on all of this, and I guess that would also be a 26 by using Zep's last Flash of Genius.
Okay.
He had 4, he said. I think we only used 3.
This also depends if Ruby's is getting that one too.
Yeah, Soul's going next. Over a millennia ago, the king that never was charged the denizens of Elendor to be its guardians. And as noble guardians of this realm, I know that you understand the importance of maintaining harmony and order. This devil that plagues us is an affront to everything we hold dear, and its unchecked influence will lead only to more suffering and chaos. Our causes are aligned. Together we can vanquish this evil. Your knowledge, your strength, your magic would be invaluable to us. And in return, I think we can all pledge to honor your contribution and do everything in our power to uphold the balance that we have all striven to protect. I understand that this is no small request, but I have faith in the goodness that resides within each of you, and that together we can bring hope to those who have suffered at the hands of this devil and restore the harmony that it will disrupt. Let us stand to the greatest ideals of the king that never was and stand against the darkness that seeks to consume us.
And then she leaves, and she's gone. Oops.
Did I get disconnected?
Yes,
you did. Right at the end there.
I didn't even touch anything.
Don't you get...
Luckily, it seemed like you were finished speaking before you got disconnected.
God, I hope so.
I think literally it was as you spoke, as your speech ended. Kind of went in. Okay. Give me a roll.
13.
Flash of Genius.
Yay.
18.
For a character who's supposed to be so good at convincing people to stand united against the darkness of the world, I can't roll above a frickin' 4.
Beth, is your camera back on?
No, that's my fault. I got you. Sorry.
If the dragons don't look ultimately convinced, I'm gonna try to nudge Darius. Like, Darius, please, we really need you. I know you hate public speaking, but this is sort of a military go get him tiger speech.
Can I do an insight check to kind of read the room? Can I like a vibe check on the dragons?
Go.
I'm gonna, while everybody else was speaking, I'm gonna have applied one of my mutagen activators, and it's just like a simple cream, and as it goes over his face and stuff like that, it starts to cause the wrinkles to disappear, a little bit of shimmer and shine to the face, making them more alluring. To give me advantage on any charisma checks.
Sure.
Can you sell that IRL?
I think it might melt your fur off.
VO5 anti-aging cream. Anyway, not sponsored.
Botox for bards.
I'm sorry that I'm going to step here and hopefully play on your pride a little bit as dragons, but you have a fellow kin out there that has pledged themselves to the same evil that this devil has. And I believe that it would be a good idea to join us in this endeavor to take down an agent of a being that seeks to corrupt your kind. We are not saying that it won't be dangerous. We're probably going to suffer some losses. I'd rather lean on that side of hope. Reality, I guess. So only those that are truly willing to give your life for this cause, please join us.
Go ahead and make persuasion check, not perception. No, perception check, go.
Yeah, really read that room.
Yeah. $23.
Nice. Darius, are you standing?
Darius, please. Your people need you.
I don't know. I don't have an argument. Is the problem. Roach doesn't have an argument because Roach is running on fumes.
Let's go fuck a devil.
Yeah, just say something wild. Even if it gets you a disadvantaged roll.
I don't know. Ultimately, if you join us, we have a better chance of this all being resolved positively than if you don't join us. So statistical likelihood you want to come with us.
Very passionate.
If a player pulled that at my table, I'd be like, sure, make your persuasion check. You're using intelligence rather than charisma, because that's not passion. That's logical reasoning.
Yeah, give me a history check.
History check.
History check, okay.
I think it's actually
22.
Yeah, there you go. Good at history.
You want me to quote battles of history?
The last time humanity fought a devil in M23 of the second day.
Start citing all the times that multiple dragons have gotten together and kicked the crap out of something.
Or dragons joined other groups of people to go against something.
Yeah, essentially what Darius starts
Think back
doing.
to it.
Yes.
The logistics, like the logistical thing of the Underdark and the narrow hallways under the ground, and
I mean, I think that's still persuasion, but
No, I'm accepting that 22.
Okay. Well, if it was persuasion, that would have been an extra 4 on top of that.
can we use Ep's
You
last
could have
flash
used
of
your
genius on
superiority
it?
die.
It's already been
For
used.
I
another-
could use my superiority die.
Yeah.
If we did persuasion, I could have added a D10 to that, which would have been a.
I will let you keep your superiority die purely because this is tactical persuasion in terms of you're going through military history to empower your argument.
It bumps him up to a 35 if you let him use it. Is the more important thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Could have gotten a 40 if we had Zep's last.
Flash of genius, yeah.
But
Flash
I mean, all of the
genius.
numbers are adding up anyway, so
Yeah.
it doesn't matter when you use it, essentially.
Even not here, Zep effectively added a plus 20 to this roll.
He was just adding to everyone's arguments, like, oh, don't forget about
Finally,
this.
Enunciate.
straighten your back.
Ron's doing thumbs ups in the background, like
The diaphragm.
Claudia stands up.
Oh. I don't know what her stats are for this.
She's going to profusely apologize and promise to return all the things that she has stolen from these people over the past couple of days.
And this is yours, and this is yours.
I'm by far the youngest of anyone in this room, both draconic or humanoid. And I can, by no doubt, see the weight of this world being held in the next few moments of all of our lives. It is, of course, rarer for someone of my mortality to experience such a thing compared to beings such as you who may see many in your lifetime. But the culmination of events that are happening seems to me, and I'm just a girl who grew up on fairy tales, but that if we don't act, well, this world might not last. And this will become the age at which becomes that of fairy tale, where everything was peaceful in a time before a world of war. More incomprehensible than any of us know. A time which Boreas remembers fondly. Well, not fondly, but well. A time that he's been set to stop from returning. I think it's all of our duty to do something. Okay. So, he sits down. And the head of house, the speaker of Atria, stands up, turns to her family. So, my assembled kin, who will rise to the occasion. You see 3 individuals stand. The first one speaks. I, Alcander, I will serve. Another individual. I, Septima, I will join. And I, Evangelina, I will join you. So, with Procopius, that makes 4 of this house going. They will join you in battle.
I'm gonna take a deep bow.
Okay. Me too.
So
me, and I'm gonna say thank you in Draconic.
Finger guns.
Hell yeah.
With that, I think we'll leave tonight's episode there. So, without further ado, all I have to do is to thank those who have been here with me. So thank you to DM Opal, to DM Lake, to Lord Lambert, to Commissar Roach, to Kinda Otter, to Mordred Viking, and to Ghibli Jam. I've been Midgeman. This has been the Component Cast. This has been a continuation of the Elendor Chronicles. Join us next week for more of this. And without further ado, we'll see you next time. Bye-bye now.